صاحب السمو الملكي الأمير تركي الفيصل، مؤسس وعضو مجلس أمناء مؤسسة الملك فيصل ورئيس مجلس إدارة مركز الملك فيصل للبحوث والدراسات الإسلامية. سعادة جوي هوك، النائب الأول لمساعد وزير الخارجية في مكتب شؤون الشرق الأدنى بالولايات المتحدة الأمريكية. الأخوة والأخوات المتحدثون المشاركون في فعاليات هذا المؤتمر، السيدات والسادة، الحضور الكريم، يسعدني باسم مركز ترندز للبحوث والاستشارات أن أرحب بكم جميعا في فعاليات هذا المؤتمر المهم، المؤتمر السنوي الأول لترندز حول أمن الشرق الأوسط، الذي نعقده بالشراكة والتعاون مع المجلس الأطلسي، والذي نسعى من خلاله إلى طرح الرؤى والتصورات الجديدة التي نستطيع من خلالها بناء نظام إقليمي مستدام في منطقة الشرق الأوسط، بناء على ما تحقق في السنوات الأخيرة من تحولات إيجابية، ولا سيما هزيمة تنظيم داعش وتوقيع اتفاقيات السلام الإبراهيمية. كما يبحث المؤتمر عن حلول مستدامة للتحديات الناشئة والمستقبلية، بما يكفل الأمن والازدهار في المنطقة بل وفي العالم كله. وكل ثقة بأن الأفكار والتصورات التي ستطرح هنا ستساهم بصورة كبيرة في تحقيق الهدف الذي نصبو إليه جميعا. شكرا لكم جميعا ولشركائنا في المجلس الأطلنطي. والآن أنقل الميكروفون إلى توم وورك.
Shukran, and welcome everyone. My name is Tom Warwick. I'm a senior fellow at the Atlantic Council and director of the Future of DHS project. I want to welcome everyone today for joining us either in person or virtually for an important conversation about the security and economic prosperity of the Middle East. Today's conference is the first one that the Atlantic Council is co-hosting with our friends at Trends Research and Advisory, an important and influential nonprofit research institute based in Abu Dhabi in the United Arab Emirates. Trends is one of a number of important organizations in the Middle East that demonstrates, especially for policymakers in North America and in Europe, the importance of understanding perspectives from the region in dealing with the affairs of the Middle East. If officials outside of the region hope to make informed decisions about Middle East policy, they will do well to listen to voices from the region. And we're very grateful for Trends for bringing together a number of important and influential opinion leaders to give us their perspectives on the Middle East in today's and Wednesday's sessions. As everyone knows, the Middle East is currently undergoing major changes at every level, in security, in politics, in economics, in social affairs. The region's young people and women are increasingly playing an important role in the economic, social, and political life of this vibrant region. Rapid technological changes have also led some states to adopt innovative practices that bring forth the potential of their people, while others, such as Iran, are focusing on using technology to wall off their people from the wider world. Over the next year, we are marking the 100th anniversary of the decisions that were made after World War I that fundamentally reshaped the map of the Middle East. In Europe, it took more than 1,000 years to settle the fall of the Roman Empire. And we're seeing changes in the Middle East in a far shorter time span that are having as profound an impact. While some in Washington and in the salons of Europe are talking about great power competition, it's surprising to me that anyone thinks that the Middle East is going to wait for other countries to settle their affairs. Instead, what we're seeing is a dynamic and changing region where some of the Middle East's more troublesome actors are continuing to try to assert dominance or influence. As Tip O'Neill famously said, all politics is local, and no one should be surprised if the leaders of the Middle East will be making changes and moving forward without waiting for others, while at the same time some will seek to find ways to gain advantage from competition between other powers in the world. This conference over the next 2 days aims to shed light on what the future of security in the Middle East will look like. We will discuss some of the more prominent threats to prosperity and security that are emerging, and how the players in the region are attempting to mitigate those threats, and where there are important potential areas for cooperation. We hope that by combining perspectives from Washington, from the Middle East, we will gain insights that will help shape those policies so that the peoples of the Middle East and the wider world will benefit from the increased security and prosperity. So with that introduction, let me now turn it over to Brennan Ryan, Associate Director of the Scowcroft Center for Middle East Security, to introduce our distinguished next speaker.
Thank you, Tom. أهلا وسهلا يا سيداتي وسادتي، ومرحبا بكم في المجلس الأطلسي وفي مؤتمرنا الأول بشراكة مع مؤسسة Trends. Hello everybody, ladies and gentlemen, and welcome to the Atlantic Council and to our first conference held in partnership with our esteemed colleagues at Trends Research and Advisory based in Dubai. My name is Brendan Ryan. I am the Associate Director of the Scowcroft Middle East Security Initiative here at the Atlantic Council, and I'm going to give just a few brief administrative remarks before I introduce our next esteemed speaker. To go over a few things, the Atlantic Council as an institution and as a workspace is committed to making sure that this office is as safe as possible with regards to COVID-19. So with that in mind, masks are mandatory. We ask that both here in the conference room as well as out in the hallway, if you need to step out, please just wear a mask and be respectful of the office. We appreciate that. In addition, if any of you need assistance or directions to any facilities here at the Atlantic Council, a restroom or a glass of water or anything like that, please feel free to ask us. My colleagues and I will be available throughout the conference to provide any instruction that you might need. Lastly, when it comes to questions and answers at the end of each of these panels, my colleagues and I will be facilitating that process by choosing individuals here in the audience, or rather deferring to the moderators to choose those individuals from the audience to ask questions. We will also be facilitating the electronic submission of questions for those of you who are joining us virtually. Thank you so much for joining us. The only thing that I have left to do is to introduce our esteemed next speaker. He's the founder and trustee of the King Faisal Foundation and the chairman of the King Faisal Center for Research in Islamic Studies. He previously served as the Saudi ambassador to the United States and to the United Kingdom and the Republic of Ireland. And before that served as the director of the Saudi General Intelligence Directorate and as an advisor to the Royal Court. Ladies and gentlemen, please help me in giving a warm welcome to His Royal Highness Prince Turki al-Faisal al-Saud.
Thank you very much. Thank you. Bismillah ar-Rahman ar-Rahim. I extend my thanks and gratitude to Dr. Muhammad Abdullah Al-Ali, the CEO and founder of Trends Research and Advisory, and to Dr. Frederick Kempe, the President and Chief Executive Officer of the Atlantic Council, for their kind invitation extended to me to speak to its distinguished audience. My thanks also go to their staff and colleagues for their efforts in organizing this important event. Ladies and gentlemen, talking about Middle East security in a changing world is not an easy task. The security of this troubled, important region has been, throughout its history, linked to the politics of great powers dominant in the world and the nature of the dominant world order. However, changing world politics is transforming the landscape of the world and the region, creating a strategic confusion in the world and particularly in the Middle East. What we have witnessed lately in Afghanistan and the perceived ramifications of it is a case at hand that manifests the transformation and the strategic confusion facing our world. The unfolding drama in Afghanistan is an indication of an end to an era, the era of foreign military intervention to constitute or shape countries and regions according to a foreign design. At the same time, it marks an inauguration of a new phase in world politics. This failed experience in Afghanistan and the other, I would say, semi-failed experience in Iraq are responsible for the perceived failure or defeat, if you like, of a great power, the United States, and the greatest military alliance, NATO, in sustaining a regime and project of their creation. This will have its long-lasting impact on the strategic configuration in the region close to Afghanistan and maybe on overall regional and international power politics. Doubtlessly, such a development with uncertainty regarding the American presence and role will impact the overall balance of power in the region close to Afghanistan and the world at large. Allies and friends of the United States and the West in general will be rethinking and reconsidering their future away from the Western dominant paradigm that dominated the geopolitics of the region during the last few decades. The impact of the defeat and withdrawal of the Soviet Union from Afghanistan in 1989 changed the world then, and questions about the big impact of this development on the United States, the Western countries, and the world at large remains to be seen. This experience in Afghanistan reflects the strategic confusion facing our world. The world and its regions are facing immense challenges which, if not met responsibly by the community of states, particularly by great powers, the world will continue to live in a state of uncertainty that threatens its future and the human progress that was achieved during the last few decades in all fields. Let us hope that what has happened in Afghanistan will not widen the state of polarization and vacuum in global politics. Such threats entail geopolitical risks and present a major threat to multilateralism, globalism, our independent world, and world peace and security. This may take us back to the era of power politics, when the world was divided and resulted in political and economic competition, spheres of influence, and wars over resources and hegemony. No region in the world feels the danger of this strategic confusion more than the Middle East region. Strategic confusion means a state of mistrust, sharp polarization, multiplicity of issues of conflicts, and multiplicity of competing actors dealing with the situation on ad hoc bases. This situation is responsible for unleashing all kinds of political, social, religious, sectarian forces, non-state actors, terrorist groupings, and regional and international interferences. The United States was the dominant power for the last 7 decades. Therefore, doubts about its role and commitments to preserve regional security are accumulating and resulting in a continued strategic regional confusion which leads to more conflicts and crises. The United States abandoning its responsibility towards friends and allies is not a recipe for peace and security in the region. However, the United States can help the regional states in the Middle East to find their own approach to reconstruct a regional order that serves their national interests and preserve regional peace and security. This is a complicated issue, considering ongoing crises and conflicts, but there is no alternative to avoid any ramifications of continued polarization and uncertainty of international politics and any future power politics between great powers. The strategic importance of the Middle East is still holding, and its countries need not be put in a situation to choose between great powers involved in strategic contests. While it is hard to envision the future of geopolitics in the region at this turn of time, a new regional order is needed. However, many stumbling blocks need to be overcome not only by the states of the region, but also by the United States and other great powers to set the stage for a peaceful, stable regional order. There is no doubt that a principled, rule-based regional security framework will benefit the conflict-ridden Middle East. It will provide an indigenous regional forum to manage interstate differences and conflicts without outsiders' interferences in their regional issues. It can create the needed trust between states of the region to concentrate on their own development and prosperity and cooperate in all fields to the service of their own people. It will contribute to building a peaceful region free of arms races and trans-territorial aggression. Ladies and gentlemen, it is not easy to determine what regional security model framework will work most effectively in the Middle East. However, learning from the Helsinki process, and accord of 1973 to 1975 experience can help in relating the importance of abiding by certain principles by the states of the region. This process consolidated peace in Europe and brought all parties to abide by its guiding 10 principles, including non-aggression, non-interference in internal affairs, respect of sovereignty, and the peaceful settlement of disputes. Abiding by such principles is what we need in our region. Such a process could create diplomatic and political rules and norms for conducting relations between states. However, the continuing failure in resolving the Arab-Israeli conflict does not make it easy to have all states engaging in such a regional process. When the US engaged in striving for peace in our part of the world, there was a semblance of an order of cooperation between the countries of the region. The Madrid Conference and its aftermath raised hopes for not only an end to the Palestinian-Israeli dispute, but also for regional cooperation on all issues of importance for the region. Ladies and gentlemen, today, the US-GCC countries' relationship is imperative to peace and stability in the region. Bilateral and multilateral relations were always steady and well preserved by both parties, regardless of difficulties that arose every now and then, and strategic partnerships between these countries and the US are pillars of this conduct. I am not confident that the United States will not be different from previous administrations regarding the importance of these relationships. Common interests are the main drivers of this relationship in preserving regional stability, stability of energy markets, opposition to an aggressively revolutionary Iran and its regional behavior, peace in the Middle East, investment and trade, and fighting terrorism are the basics of this strategic relationship. Therefore, I call on Mr. Biden to weigh carefully any steps he takes that impact this historical bond and rather build on it to have a new security structure for the region. Thank you for listening to me.
Thank you very much, Prince Turki. It's my pleasure next to welcome Joey Hood to the Atlantic Council. Joey is currently the Principal Deputy Assistant Secretary for Near Eastern Affairs in the U.S. Department of State and is a former colleague from our years in government together. Mr. Hood is steeped in the politics and diplomacy of the Middle East. He has more than 23 years' experience throughout the region. He was Deputy Chief of Mission twice in Iraq and Kuwait. He was the United States Consul General in Dhahran, Saudi Arabia, and has served in Riyadh. He's seen up close the importance of the economic, social, and political dynamics that the region plays in world affairs. He's also served in Yemen, in Qatar, and in posts in the Horn of Africa. Previously, he was a Fulbright Scholar, and he's won more honors and recognition than we really have time to list. So it's my pleasure now to welcome Joey Hood to the Atlantic Council. Joey, to you.
صاحب السمو الملكي Turki al-Faisal, dear guests online and here in Washington, Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh. Peace be with all of you. Thank you, Tom, for that introduction. It's always good to see old friends and colleagues, and it's also an honor to join the Atlantic Council and Trends for the inauguration of this annual conference. When the Council invited me to this event, I was asked to speak about the main security challenges that confront the Middle East in this time of transformation. Undoubtedly, many of you expect me to talk about the things we so often speak about when discussing the myriad security challenges in the region: terrorism, the Islamic State, violent religious extremism, the continuing threat posed by Iran's destabilizing activities, the conflicts in Syria and Yemen, and I could go on, but make no mistake, these are significant challenges and will continue to be so in the foreseeable future. But it's the latter part of that question or topic that I really want to focus on, this time of transformation because the region and the world are indeed changing, and so are the difficulties that we face. I'd like to begin with the broadest, but perhaps most important point. President Biden has articulated a clear strategic vision, committing us to a more sustainable set of long-term relationships with our partners in the Middle East and North Africa. These relationships must feature an affirmative agenda, one that focuses on solving shared problems and building shared prosperity. The Biden administration placed human rights at the forefront of our foreign policy, and with good reason. The states that will be most and best equipped to meet the security challenges of our changing world will be those with resilient, inclusive governments that treat civil society as a partner rather than an enemy, and recognize the fundamental rights of their people, including freedom from oppression, freedom of expression, and freedom of the press. That's why we're pressing governments to increase transparency and accountability, the clearest way to boost legitimacy. The peoples of the Middle East and North Africa have found their voice. Across the region, we continue to see people demonstrate against corruption, government's failure to deliver on promises of reform, and stagnation. Whether it's the Hirak in Algeria, demonstrations in Iraq, or the protests against corruption and nepotism in Lebanon, the people are expressing their will, and political elites ignore these warnings at their peril. On that latter point, Lebanon is experiencing an economic crisis of historic proportions that has its roots in the endemic corruption and economic mismanagement that have plagued the country for decades. The Lebanese people deserve, and have been demanding for years, a government that's responsive to their demands for transparency and accountability. So we're pressing Lebanese leaders to implement reforms that fulfill those demands and address the country's economic crisis. In Tunisia, citizens have also expressed their frustration with endemic corruption, and we've urged President Said to articulate a transparent reform process that includes civil society and the full spectrum of political voices. An important part of this time of transformation, as several speakers have already highlighted, is the rise of the People's Republic of China, both as a global strategic competitor and regional influencer. PRC entities often offer the promise of stability with high-tech surveillance tools, but instead operate as a state attempting to enact strict measures of social control. The PRC will happily peddle these tools of surveillance and repression alongside bogus claims that keeping a watchful eye on the citizenry is the solution to all the government's ills. But I can't emphasize enough how short-sighted and dangerous it is to attempt to maintain stability that way. Regardless of the short-term benefits states may see, it will backfire. Promoting inclusive, effective governance and resilient states is a worthy goal, and these qualities will be vital for confronting both the security problems we currently face and the ones that lay ahead. Put simply, countries can't defeat COVID-19 or the Islamic State if they're too weak, unstable, and inward-looking due to their failures to build legitimate institutions capable of delivering the good and effective governance that people demand. Nor will they be prepared to tackle the very real and imminent threats posed by climate change. The Middle East and North Africa region is poised to be the hardest hit by rising temperatures, desertification, and drought. In fact, these things are already happening. Countries in the Gulf are already experiencing high temperatures that threaten to make outdoor life unlivable for part of the year. This past summer, we saw multiple days with temperatures over 120 degrees Fahrenheit or 50 degrees Celsius, and climate change will push that even higher. Consider, too, the current predicament of the countries of the Fertile Crescent. The effects of Syria's decade-long conflict are now being further exacerbated by historic levels of drought that have decimated food crops. Iraq recently announced it would reduce its winter crop area by 50% due to significant water shortages. Hunger and food security will only become more salient as the effects of climate change disrupt local, regional, and global food stocks. Navigating this hardship will require equitable solutions that only strong states can provide. These challenges are significant, but not insurmountable. And the United States will be there to support our partners in the Middle East and North Africa so they won't face these challenges alone. And it is in our shared interest. We'll continue to use all means to address the challenges I've described, but also we're going to capitalize on the new opportunities afforded by the Abraham Accords. If you want a roadmap for the future, just take a look at the joint ventures and $600 million in trade the UAE and Israel have already launched this year alone, the benefits of which are spilling over into other countries throughout the region and will expand. And I must emphasize, simply because there's been so much disinformation about it recently, that our security partnerships will endure. We've had regular military presence in the region for over 70 years, and that fundamental reality will not change. As the threats and conditions change, we adapt. So we have small numbers of capable forces throughout the region now, training and advising our partners to become more capable and self-sufficient. That's because, as His Royal Highness just mentioned, the long-standing U.S. interests that have guided our policies over these decades remain. And we will remain committed to guaranteeing the free flow of trade and freedom of navigation to prevent disruptions to not just the global economy, but ours as well. Few other countries have the willingness or the capacity to take on this task. So as I wrap up, let me reiterate that the Biden administration believes we must take a more expansive view of what constitutes a security challenge. As the world changes, our definition of security must change along with it. The traditional security threats will remain and we'll continue to address them with our partners. But we can only confront the problems of tomorrow if we broaden our partnerships to incorporate the President's vision of pursuing our interests and values, including the protection and promotion of fundamental freedoms. We can and should be able to pursue both at the same time without undermining our solidarity in the face of a real threat. Thank you for inviting me to speak today. I look forward to the rest of today's discussion. And I think over to you, Dr. Blackwell.
Thank you very much. Thank you to Joey Hood and to His Royal Highness Prince Turki for their opening remarks, which I think admirably outline the key issues which we'll be discussing over the next 2 days. My name is Stephen Blackwell. I'm Director of Strategic Studies at Trends Research and Advisory, and I'll be moderating today's first panel, which is entitled Redefining Middle East Security in an Era of Transition, a 20-Year Vision. So what we're trying to do in this panel is to really focus on the most evident emerging trends. We're assuming that we're going through a transformative period in the Middle East region. To what extent, of course, is largely up for debate and for analysis. But we have a 55-minute session, so I'm going to kindly ask all our presenters to try to stay within about 10 minutes with their remarks, because we do want to leave at least 15 minutes time for discussion at the end of the session. And so to our first speaker, who we've already met, of course, this morning, Tom Warwick, who, of course, is non-resident senior fellow and also is directing the, let me just be clear, the Future of the DHS project here at the Atlantic Council. So Tom, please, if you'd like to make your remarks.
Yes, thank you very much, Dr. Blackwell. It's a pleasure to be here. There are 5 points that I want to make in a couple of minutes here. The first, and the reason perhaps that we start off with a conference on the wider issues of the Middle East, is that security is the first and fundamental objective of government. But it's always not the only objective. And so although we may start with security, the issue of how the peace and prosperity of the region is handled goes from security on to a range of other subjects. Second, because I want to make a reference to terrorism so that we can discuss it, but then equally move on to other subjects, is that we actually have learned some important lessons over the last 20 years. Since the terrorist attacks on 9/11, there have been numerous instances in which countries both in the region and outside the region have had to address the threat posed by violent extremists who seek to take over governments and territory in the region, and then use that both to oppress peoples in the region and to carry out deadly attacks outside of it. And that lesson is that the key thing to be avoided and what should be the goal of policymakers inside and outside the region are to ensure that there are no safe havens from which terrorists can plan, train, fundraise, recruit, and dispatch operatives into other parts of the region or indeed the world in which to carry out terrorist attacks. There's been a great deal of talk about the whole idea of how do you prevent terrorist safe havens, and this is truly a multidimensional problem, but it is actually the fundamental problem. It is certainly possible to disrupt terrorist attacks through such things as drone attacks or ground operations or law enforcement activities. But the value of the countries of the region and of allies and partners, including the United States and Europe, really does need to be fundamentally focused on ensuring that no safe havens emerge from terrorist activity. My third point is we need to understand and take account of the threat that Iran currently poses to the region. One of the greatest challenges we are seeing in a number of countries is the Iranian model of setting up militias that exist outside of the control of the government, denies governments the monopoly on force that the entire Westphalian system is built around. And this then creates the demand for other communities to set up their own militias. And so rather than enjoying the peace and prosperity and benefits of public order that we see elsewhere in the world, there are too many countries in the Middle East that are facing turmoil because of the conflict, because of the idea that political parties must control their own militias. And this ends up, as we have seen in places like Yemen and Iraq, as leading down the path to chaos and confusion. And so one of the most fundamental security challenges isn't just Iranian-sponsored terrorism, but rather is the larger question of the Iranian model of security forces outside of the control of the state is, I would submit, a fundamental challenge to the security of the region that leaders need to address, and that ultimately it's to be hoped the leaders of Iran will decide that this is not serving their interest either, and they will abandon this project. The next item is the importance of multilateral cooperation. One of the things that we have certainly seen demonstrated, not just in the past 4 years, but in the past 20 years, and indeed the last 70 years, is that while the United States' role is vitally important in the region, it works much better when it's done through multilateral efforts, through the efforts of allies, in conjunction with the United Nations where that's possible, in conjunction with Europe and other countries. In an ideal world, one would like to see Russia and China to be part of these multilateral efforts. But if not, it's up to the countries of the region and the United States and Europe and other willing partners to try to take concerted action to address the region's challenges, whether that include, and it does include, climate change, security issues, and otherwise. And then my final point, Dr. Blackwell, is the importance of, as we see how the security relationships in the region are changing. Up until now, there's been a dominant role in military power. I think we're about to move into an era in which non-military cooperation is going to play an important and increasing role. Cooperation in such areas as aviation security, border security, and maritime security, I think are likely to be even more important in the coming years. And it's important for the countries of the region and partners like the United States and Europe to find ways to increase non-military cooperation, because this, I believe, is the path we are on that I hope will lead to increasing peace and prosperity in the Middle East.
Thank you very much, Tom. Thank you for those remarks. I'll move on immediately to our next speaker. This is Dr. Omar al-Ubaidli, who's Director of Studies and Research and Director of Economics and Energy Studies at the Bahrain Center for Strategic International and Energy Studies. So, Dr. Omar, the floor is yours, please.
Thank you very much. I'd like to begin by thanking Trends and the Atlantic Council for inviting me to participate today. I'll make some brief comments, which I've made in a few papers in the last couple of years, but I think are worth reiterating given the nature of the audience. In the late 18th century, during the European Enlightenment, when we had the classical liberal theory associated with names such as Thomas Paine and Immanuel Kant and Adam Smith and other philosophers of the era, one of the main conclusions or one of the arguments forwarded was that economic cooperation is very much a source of security and a driver towards peace. And there were two main arguments for this. The first argument, or the first mechanism proposed by these philosophers, was that the actual act of exchange, commercial exchange, of business, enacting business transactions, is something that improves people's views of each other. I believe it was called, Thomas Paine said described it as cordializing mankind. When you engage in a business transaction with someone and that business transaction has a positive outcome, that's something which makes you feel better about the person you're engaging. The second mechanism emphasized by the Enlightenment philosophers was a more straightforward economic one, which is that when you have dense commercial exchange, then war, or the disruption that war represents to your livelihood, becomes much bigger. It isn't just the cost of waging war in terms of the material side, there's also all the foregone opportunities to trade and exchange. Now, what does this have to do with the Middle East? Well, the reality is that economic integration in the Middle East is very low. First of all, there are significant barriers to trade, sometimes legal, sometimes more relating to the existence of security problems and so on and so forth. And even when there are, supposedly single markets, even there or free trade areas, even there we see a reluctance and we see attempts at circumventing the rules and so on and so forth. So the Middle East, as a consequence, is way below its potential in terms of economic prosperity, owing primarily to the, well, not primarily, but certainly a contributor to that is the lack of economic exchange within the region. In contrast, we have the massive success story on that regard is the European Union, which obviously started in the post-World War II era as the coal and steel union, I believe it was called, or agreement, and then it went from there onto what we see today. And there were sort of two waves, two significant or two noteworthy waves, whereby economic integration was the precursor to a big improvement in security. The first was in the initiation, which eventually involved countries like Germany and France and countries which had been sort of mortal enemies for centuries. And then subsequently in the early 90s and thereafter, when various parts of Eastern Europe were integrated into the European Union, and the first, the thrust of those agreements and the thrust of the benefits were in the economic domain. And as a consequence, it's now unthinkable, certainly for the time being at least, that there would be any sort of conflict in a continent that has known nothing but conflict for many centuries previous to that. And what I hope is that something similar can happen in the Middle East. And I think we are seeing some indications that could happen. I was reading I'm sure you've been following the newspapers, there's been the Egypt and Saudi Arabia's electric grids recently linked. Saudi Arabia is attempting to make significant energy investments in Iraq. And unlike some previous investments that have occurred in the Middle East that they may have been politically driven in an attempt to establish an economic benefit, I believe that in the case of Saudi Arabia's current investment attempts in Iraq, they're more commercially driven, and hopefully then we can see the classical liberal theory of international relations in full force, whereby those commercially driven decisions will bring forth positive security benefits. And we've already seen it in several other regions, several other pairs of countries and groups of countries in the Middle East throughout the last 30 to 40 years. And another example of late will be the assistance that Bahrain the economic assistance that Bahrain has secured from its partners in Saudi Arabia, Kuwait, and the UAE, and this kind of economic assistance and integration between. Now, obviously, executing or opening the door for the sort of economic integration that would bring about peace is not something which can be done, by signing a piece of paper. It requires a significant change in the mindset of many of the countries in the region, and a belief that the economic benefits of trade and integration will outweigh the possibilities of securing gains through some of the more nefarious or conflict-based ways of dealing with your neighboring countries. Nevertheless, I do hope that similarly to Europe, after a protracted period of costly and largely futile conflict, the coming period will see the various major players in the Middle East acknowledging that war and conflict is costly and time-consuming and generally unproductive, and we'll start to look to economic relations as a way of kickstarting a more secure Middle East, a more prosperous Middle East, and a more peaceful Middle East. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Dr. Omar. I'll move on immediately to our next speaker, Dr. Aisha Al-Sarihi, who is a research associate at the King Abdullah Petroleum Studies and Research Center. Dr. Aisha, please, the floor is yours.
Thank you very much, Dr. Blackwell. First of all, I would like to start by thanking the Trends Research and Advisory and Atlantic Council for organizing this event and for inviting me to speak and share my insights today. In my today's talk, I designed it around the question, what will shape the Middle East security in the next 2 decades? A short answer to this question is that climate change will play a prominent role in shaping the Middle East security out to 2040 and beyond. In fact, we don't need to wait up to 2040 to see the impacts of the climate change, because the adverse impacts of the climate change are already here. For instance, we have already witnessed protests in Iran over water shortages and electricity blackout. In Iran, we are seeing the marshes are drying out due to the rise in the temperature, reduced rainfall, and alteration of Tigris and Euphrates water flows. We have also been reading in the headlines the debates between Ethiopia, Sudan, and Egypt over the Grand Ethiopian Resonance Dam. In other occasions also across the region, we have been witnessing an increase in increased frequency in extreme weather events, including the increased number of cyclones hitting the region. To name a few, there has been Gona that hit the coast of Oman in 2007, Jabala in 2015, Sagar in 2018, Gati 2020, and most recently in early October, there was the cyclone Shaheen that hit the northern coast of Oman for the first time. We estimate a continuous rise in the temperature over the region towards the end of the century. In the region, we actually have already witnessed some of the highest record temperature, and we are seeing this happening frequently in Kuwait, where the temperature is hitting 50 degrees Celsius and above. The same goes for Iraq in 2016, and some other countries and cities across the region. For the Middle East, which is characterized by fragile desertic climate condition, this rise in the temperature will exacerbate readily existing challenges, including the water security, the food security, and the energy security, all of which are interlinked to each other. Unfortunately, the physical impacts of the climate change will not only be restricted to the borders of the countries, they are likely to be felt across the borders. That's especially true because the Middle East countries not only share the geographic location, but they also share natural resources, including, for example, the water. So in the Middle East, over 66% of freshwater resources are originating from outside the national borders. And with the exception of Comoros, all the Middle East countries share a transboundary groundwater resources. This interdependence on shared scarce natural resources could potentially create competency and cross-border conflict and may potentially spur mass migration in the region. In addition to that, while hydrocarbon resources sink in the temperature and addressing the water scarcity through cooling and desalination, the changing climate will put an additional pressure on readily growing energy demand in the region and would exacerbate the looming energy security in the region. The water desalination capacity in the region accounts for 48% globally. However, the rising global energy transition and the changing dynamics in the global energy market to keep the global warming at safe levels, this also presents an indirect challenge for some of the Middle East countries, especially those that are highly dependent on the hydrocarbon resources. So, for example, the climate mitigation measures like carbon pricing, net zero targets, all of those could create both a challenge and opportunities for hydrocarbon-rich Middle East countries to shift to a cleaner energy resources. With that, I would like to, in acknowledgement of all of those challenges that face the Middle East, I would like to highlight on some of the ongoing and emerging nationally and regionally climate initiatives and projects in the Middle East that aims to enhance the resiliency of the Middle East country to address the adverse impacts of the climate change. So most of the Middle East countries today has ratified, for example, the Paris Agreement and have initiated institutional architectures both at the national level and at the regional level to address the 26th Conference of the Parties is currently happening in Glasgow. But this year, in the lead to the COP26, we have seen a series of announcements across the region to enhance the climate action, both nationally and regionally. And particularly true, as you have learned, the Saudi Arabia has hosted two major summits, the Saudi Green Summit and the Middle East Green Summit. So we have also witnessed an announcement of emission reduction targets across the region, as for example, for Oman, the UAE, and for Saudi Arabia. And for the first time, three Middle East countries so far have announced net zero target by the mid of the century. And these are UAE, Saudi Arabia, and Bahrain. And at the regional level, also during the Middle East Green Initiative, His Royal Highness the Crown Prince have announced an establishment of a number of regional centers and programs that covers different areas, including afforestation, early weather warning systems, carbon capture, utilization, and storage, all of which to support the regional governance and cooperation of climate-related issues in the region. That is to build up on already existing initiatives and projects that the region has, including those that have been created by the League of the Arab States, the Gulf Cooperation Council, which has, for example, a ministerial water and electricity cooperation committee, along with the other entities that have been involved in addressing the regional climate issues. For example, those associated with the ISQA, and be happy to take further questions and comments. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Dr. Aisha, for your remarks. We will go on now to our final speaker, who is Dr. Hesham Al-Ghanam, who is Senior Advisor and Program Director of the International Studies Program with the Gulf Research Centre in Cambridge in the UK. Please, Dr. Hesham.
Thank you for having me. Glad to be here. I have to say that there are other important aspects happening in the region right now and probably in the next 20 years, other than security-related issues. But I think placing the discussions in a security framework, as others have noted, is crucial. If there is no security and no stability, there will be no economy, no trade, no mega projects, no sports events, and no exhibitions, no civil society to deal with or talk about. The region suffers from a political/security problem that needs an immediate security solution. And if I had to choose a future theme for the region's future collective security arrangements, I would say that despite the chaotic environment in the region, which is unpredictable and filled with suspicion and lack of trust, but I think that there are many positive signs to be reasonably optimistic. And I hope that the main powers of the region will be able to manage the contradictions and expectations among them in a peaceful and a constructive manner. On the bright side of things, and driven by the withdrawal, or maybe the perception of the withdrawal of the US from the region, many of the main states in the region, including the GCC states, are following a more pragmatic approach and are seeking to take their fates into their own hands. It's not secret that we're witnessing a more moderate rhetoric between many states of the region, actually most of the states in the region, not only the Gulf states. This change on the rhetorical level is certainly driven by shared interests and also shared fears. Otherwise, it would not happen. This, of course, would not be sufficient or enough to establish a security framework, but a necessary step and a much needed prerequisite for any constructive resolution or a security grand deal in the region. On the GCC side of things, despite the competition, especially on the economic side between the Arab Gulf states, a competition that would probably increase and accelerate in the near future, finding a way to deal with the expected consequences of such competition is crucial, and as it could be at certain times tough and also rough. But in my opinion, disagreements and maybe disputes to a certain limit within GCC are healthy and expected. A part of the evolvement process of the GCC, something that needs to take place to reach an equilibrium. These are not tribal sheikhs that engage with each other according to tribal law and customs, which could have been normal in the past. But not anymore, due mainly to the natural increase in popular demands and needs. These are full-fledged nation states, or at least heading into this direction. States that are trying to exit the rentier box, a difficult process, maybe near impossible, and would certainly have consequences internally and externally that are associated with this transformation. I said this in the past and I repeat it. Competing and attracting FDI and having some sort of a strategic political alignment among the GCC would not be something easy to accomplish. It's a delicate balance and definitely a difficult task. And it wouldn't be strange if it turns out to be a win-loss situation. I recognize the strength of the counter-argument. My colleague, Dr. Omar Obeidli, what I am suggesting is, assuming it was a loss, it would be a bearable and maybe necessary loss in the grand scheme of things. Riyadh is eager to have a Gulfi unified front, as this would assist Riyadh on multiple paths and different levels. We saw what happened with recently with al-Qardahi incident, al-Qardahi affair. Almost all GCC, specifically Abu Dhabi, supported Riyadh actions in a way or another. Even Qatar did that. For the GCC, this unified front would play a decisive role in dealing with major fundamental challenges facing these monarchies that are related to the structure of the region and many of the regimes neighboring and surrounding the Gulf. This is definitely not the European Union. On one hand, we have Iran, the Islamic Republic, a revolutionary regime, but not very revolutionary when it comes to the Fertile Crescent, specifically Syria or Lebanon or even Iraq. But in general, it's a regime, since its existence and since it came to power, seeks and also declares that it wants to reorder the status quo that dominated the region, a status quo that was supported by world powers, Americans and Europeans specifically, for decades. And on the other hand, we have conservative monarchies and emirates, maybe not very conservative lately in some of their foreign policy conduct, and being less conservative, unlike what the popular line of analysis would probably suggest, could actually assist in moving the region away from the zero-sum game that governed the relations between the states of the region. And it would help, in my opinion, in breaking the current stalemate that the region is stuck in. In any case, the GCC operates within this rough environment. And it's very unfortunate that in many times when these states send a rational signal or show their willingness to compromise to reach a deal, it gets picked up as a sign of weakness by adversaries. But looking forward to what key trends that will impact the region in the coming near future, I do believe that there are joint interests between many important states in the region, not only the GCC, which is part of the story, an integral component indeed, but not the whole picture. These political buy-ins are present now in a way that did not exist in the past. And to abide by my time limit, I will focus on Saudi and Iran, although the concept can be expanded to other states as well. From the Saudi side, in an attempt to create a comprehensive security framework, there are abundant evidence that the Saudis want to engage in a serious discussion and a dialogue about the region's security with not only friends, but also with enemies. A qualitatively different approach than the near past, and a genuine interest. It's a strategic goal in itself for the kingdom, because this will assist Riyadh in establishing itself as a constructive regional player, not only in the Gulf, Al-Ula comes to mind, but in the wider region also. Is this shift in approach tactical? It could be, but I do not believe so for a number of reasons, actually. First, international regional support, which is needed by Riyadh for the kingdom's security aims, becomes more plausible with this shift. Also, the kingdom has an immense and difficult project in restructuring its economy to accommodate new generational aspirations and demands, confronting massive internal demands. Good governance, and this is crucial, is critical for the Saudis and the Gulf. Add to this formula the new security reality of the region. The US security umbrella is not enough. Gulf security will depend on the main states of the region, not the US or any other external power. So for the Saudis, it's security plus economy. And I'm being very transparent here. Closing the Yemeni file and fulfilling the targets of the Saudi vision. Whatever it takes to achieve this, the kingdom will engage in. De-escalation or maybe de-confliction with Iran and with other states in the region seems a necessary step in that regard. From the Iranian side, and since we're speaking about a 20-year vision to redefine the Middle East, Iran has its strategic plan, the 20-year national vision of the Islamic Republic, which has social, economic, and political goals. And if the regime was sincerely seeking to reduce the heat in the region, and this is questionable, this ambitious plan, if serious, cannot be undertaken without a robust economy. A hostile neighborhood would be disastrous to such a plan. Also, in case of any upcoming deal with the West, it's better to have the Saudis and the GCC at least neutral to make any deal sustainable. Iran also has other rivals in the region. It's not only the Saudis or the GCC. So reducing the number of enemies wouldn't be necessarily a bad thing for Iran. Also, if you want the US out of the region, as Iran always asserts and claims, you cannot do this without dealing with the GCC concerns in a way that would increase the stability of the region as a whole. And every way you look at it, the battle with the Saudis and GCC is not cheap for the Iranians. Unfortunately, if this de-escalation or de-confliction doesn't happen, this vicious cycle will continue. Interventions from all sides will persist. Key issue here is Yemen. Everything, in my opinion, will depend on Yemen. Yemen is in deep crisis, but it could be a good starting point and a low-hanging fruit for all parties. And yes, the kingdom wants to end its engagement in Yemen, the military campaign specifically, and as soon as possible. And definitely the Saudis want the drone and missile attacks to stop. But I guarantee you that there will be no Saudi rush into a more serious turn in the talks with Iran without some sort of mutual understanding and agreement on what is needed to be done in both Yemen and also Iraq, where missiles and drones come from, and where Tehran, unfortunately, spends billions in addition to the network of militia it finances in the rest of the region. But Iraq and Yemen is what threatens Saudi and the Gulf most, not Syria or Lebanon. On the margin, a side note, very briefly. Again, the George Qardahi affair incident. I'm not a diplomat, so I can say with all due respect, Lebanon could be irrelevant for the GCC in its current circumstances. Geostrategically, I'm speaking. It's not Yemen or Iraq for the Saudis or the Gulf. So disengagement is easy, an affordable loss, but also important in scoring points against Iran. It's a card that can be used in any negotiations. Thus, an escalation is and was expected. Back to al-Houthi, and do not get me wrong here. I'm not suggesting that Iran fully controls the Houthi or that the Houthi has no agency. No, what I'm saying is that Iran is able to send a clear signal that it supports a ceasefire in Yemen. It would be helpful to decrease supplying the Houthi with weapons. The weapons that al-Houthi is using against Yemenis first are not made in the caves of Sana'a. If this happens, it will make a political solution more possible in Yemen. And I'm not being naive here. I'm not saying here that we should expect Iran to give up on al-Houthi with no grand deal in the region. No, compromises from all sides are needed. But the issue here, why should anyone think that pressuring Saudis and forgetting about the Houthi and Iran would end the war? There is a civil war going in Yemen. Al-Houthi is a major part of the problem. The humanitarian crisis will continue to deteriorate if al-Houthi did not stop his attacks on Yemenis. Without pressuring Iran and al-Houthi, رفع السقوف, they say in Arabic, or raising the ceiling of their demands will never end. There is no limit, and no one should expect a limit. This dilemma will continue, and whoever is fighting the Houthi, and there are many in Yemen, will not surrender. And on compromises, compare the current scene, the mess and the misery that we have now in the region, to what could be done with better relations with Riyadh, where instead of spending these huge sums of cash externally, Iran could gain a lot, not only from the Saudis, the largest economy in the Middle East, but also from other states that will engage economically with Tehran once they see Riyadh moving into this direction. With no doubt, this could be a golden opportunity for GCC and Iran. There is definitely a window of opportunity here, but especially for the Iranians, since restoration of diplomatic ties with Saudi specifically would send a clear message to the neighborhood that Iran is a regional force that we can work with. I'm not saying here that there are no major obstacles. Actually, we have many of them. To mention a few really quickly. The Saudis have great doubts in Iran's intentions and engaging in dialogue. The practices of Iran till this moment confirm these fears. The gradual shift from hostile to inclusiveness by politicians is a helpful step, but with no practical action. We shouldn't expect any actual positive changes. There is also this Iranian belief that if we solve our issues with the West and the US, this would be automatically reflected on the relationships with Saudi or the Gulf. And this is very problematic. I mean, seeing Saudi as merely a part of the Western bloc. Iran also wishes for reestablishment of relations with no concessions, and that is not going to happen. The Iranians need also to assure the Saudis and the GCC that they would commit to what is agreed upon. No such assurance till this moment. De-escalation will certainly take time, and it's not easy, but all sides realize they have no option but to reach a compromise and some sort of an agreement. Maybe not everybody, but rational actors in the region do. And I'll give a very brief example since we already discussed climate change. States in this region are realizing now that climate change, global warming is real. It's not a joke. Major industries in the world are reducing their carbon footprint. Oil exporting states such as Saudi, GCC, and Iran could lose more than 60% of their income in less than 10 years. This is a serious challenge and an existential threat that faces all countries around the Gulf, more than the Sunni-Shia divide, for instance. So in a nutshell, Iran is better off without mass protests and internal anger and maybe upheavals caused by economic difficulties. Saudi and the GCC states also will welcome a smaller defense budget in a peaceful Gulf. I will conclude by saying that it's expected and natural for states to compete in their sphere of influence. But pragmatism must be the norm and must prevail at the end. Without collective security and also an end to the Saudi-GCC-Iran conflict, there will be no security framework in the region at all. Dialogue and confidence-building measures will not be enough to ease tensions and resolve conflicts. This is a total fantasy. Decrease in aggression will do. The conflict in the region was never about trust alone, but it's also it revolves around Iran's aligned groups and actions. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Dr. Hesham, and thanks to all our panelists. We're actually ahead of schedule, so we've got nearly 20 minutes actually for discussions before we take a break. I guess to start the discussion, I noted that all the speakers quite naturally have emphasized the importance of cooperation. And indeed some comparisons have been made to the European Union in terms of how an organization, a regional organization can emerge based on principles of economic cooperation and build upon that and in effect create its own momentum. I suppose the initial question that occurs to me is do we need or should we strive to create a better regional cooperation in the Middle East through a dedicated organization? Perhaps to express it more clearly, my question has three parts. Do we need a dedicated regional cooperation mechanism? Is it more practical to try to achieve cooperation by focusing on issues alone, in effect thematic issues? Would it be better to facilitate cooperation in that way? And finally, do we in fact need an overarching regional organization? Is it perhaps more realistic to concede that the Middle East is actually a collection of sub-regions? Do the interests of the Maghreb reflect those of the Arabian Gulf, for example? So, sorry, it's a slightly complex question, but I'd ask for the thoughts of all panelists on do we need such a regional organization and what form might it take? And I'd like to ask Tom first, please, if he has any comments on that.
Yeah, no, I thank you very much. I think with Prince Turki's remarks and Dr. Hesham's remarks, it does bring to mind that the analogy, while it may be between, is the GCC like the European precursor to what became the European Union? But I think the moment actually calls for a slightly different analogy, which is there a virtue of setting up a Helsinki-like process in the Middle East, precisely as I think His Royal Highness was speaking, to try to bring Iran into a discussion that includes security, but also includes human rights and human development. The possibility of this may seem remote at the moment, but I certainly recall that in my lifetime there was a time when the thought of bringing the Soviet Union into the Helsinki process was thought of as impossible. The virtues of a Helsinki-like process for the Gulf in particular are quite serious. There are serious challenges to setting up such a mechanism. But I think, as we've heard today, there's enlightened leadership that says this actually would create the opportunity for further progress. And if we talk about the need to try to take the very first steps in building some of these multilateral institutions, the virtue of a Helsinki-like process for the Middle East is something that holds a great deal of promise and is very much worth exploring.
Thank you very much, Tom. Thank you. Dr. Omar, would you like to comment on the question?
As a first remark, I don't think the Middle East is in need of any more, bureaucratic or extra processes and extra dialogue of that kind. I think these things, the value of these things is overstated. What I would recommend is that they start on something that's been very productive, which is the GCC electricity grid. And despite the differences that have occurred and existed among the GCC states, the GCC grid has been very successful in improving the performance of the electricity sectors of all the countries involved. And they are working hard, my understanding is, to link this to Iraq. It should be linked to Iraq. It should be linked to all the other grids as quickly as possible. And start with something as productive and generally uncontroversial as trading electricity. It's something that can be done, largely speaking, technocratically. It's something that the average person in the street benefits hugely from. And that's what you want if you want to get this sort of classical liberal chain up and running. You want the average person in the street to be, say, somebody in Iraq to be benefiting from Emirati, nuclear power, or somebody from Iran to be benefiting from, potentially, power from any one of the other countries in the region. And so I see that as a productive starting point. Just like in the case of the European Union, it started with, trading coal and steel, which is pretty unsexy and not exactly eye-catching. But you start with that and then let the rest follow. But I would advise against any, just another forum or another gathering of governments, because to be honest, many of the existing structures, so like, for example, the Arab League, they don't get anything done because they struggle to get everything done because the countries involved have so many internal conflicts. And because, to be honest, many of the countries in the region, there's no need to name specific countries, but many of the countries in the region don't have the greatest belief in rule of law at the international level. And so, by that, if you don't have a genuine belief in international law, then you're always going to be looking at a regional entity or regional organization like the one you're suggesting as something to be exploited, either to disrupt or to as part of your hegemonic plans, rather than as a conduit to something peaceful and constructive.
Okay, thank you, Dr. Omar. Dr. Aisha, would you like to comment?
Yes, sure. I think I would build on Dr. Omar's point that we don't need to create extra layers. And in terms of the climate change, we are dealing with a region that has a disparity and differences between countries in terms of their socio-economic context. So we have in the region some of the poorest as well as some of the richest countries are in the Middle East. In terms, when it comes to the climate change, regional cooperation is very important because it could help for those countries that have different economic contexts to exchange, finance, technology, the know-how in between each other. But I think the key word here is to have dedicated institutional and institutional structures, because we have done the institutional architecture to address the regional climate issues are actually already there. However, what is missing is the commitment, the follow-up, and the update of the regulations that are there. So I agree with what mentioned, but I would highlight again that we need more of a commitment rather than creating extra layers.
Thank you very much. And Dr. Hisham?
Well, I think collective security is a collective effort. No one can do this alone. The Gulf cannot do this alone. The Saudis cannot do this alone. But at the same time, I do not want to repeat cliches we usually hear in the media or in many times, unfortunately, within the diplomatic circles. I think we need a de-escalation first, end of wars, respective borders and nation states, and then we could have some sort of MESA comes to mind. I'm referring here to the Middle East Strategic Alliance. Something similar could be viable at that point. But without solving the Iranian issue, this will never happen. The perception that brute force will remain the most effective way to shape understandings in the region, I think will remain with us for the foreseeable future.
Thank you. The feeling I get is that perhaps, many are skeptical about the need for further talking shops, and we need to see more practice, more hands-on application to devise methods to deal with these problems. I'd like to suggest, given that it's COP26 and we've touched on the climate challenge, would perhaps cooperation between regional countries on the development of renewable energy sources, in particular solar power, and I'm thinking of all kinds of cooperation, technology development, technology transfer, investment, perhaps, that this is one concrete and increasingly urgent and important area within which countries could look to work together productively and find real solutions to these challenges. And as it was very central to your presentation, Dr. Aisha, I'll go to you first to ask for your response to that, if you have any thoughts on that.
Yeah, sure. So I think when it comes to the renewable energy, one area that the Middle East countries should focus on is actually research and innovation. Because what happens at the moment, most of the technologies for developing the renewable energy are imported from outside. So we are depending on the imported technologies. However, these technologies, when they are brought to the region, they need to be adapted to the special weather conditions of the region, especially the humidity and the heat. So why do we need to continue depending on other countries to provide us with these technologies? So it is really important and timely for the Middle East to focus on the research and the innovation. Especially, they have the human capital resources. The youth are there, and they are willing to be engaged in the innovation and the research. So yeah, that's what I wanted to highlight on.
Thank you, Dr. Aisha. And Dr. Omar, would you like to add something on this issue?
So I'm a little bit less sanguine than Dr. Aisha, because unfortunately countries which are particularly close politically can't even manage to cooperate on research and development, let alone ones that are in more adversarial roles. So I would, unfortunately, knowledge. So I agree completely with what Dr. Aisha said in principle regarding the need to develop technologies, adapt tailored to the region's circumstances. But unfortunately, cooperating on knowledge production is something which requires a very high level of trust, and unfortunately, that's not something that's present at the moment in the region. That's why I would imagine a more realistic path is to go for something more ready-made, like as I mentioned, electricity. But certainly among the countries that do have trust, I strongly support or endorse Dr. Aisha's remark that there should be greater cooperation on these things, especially because in many global technological problems, There's what we call in economics a minimum efficient scale problem, which is that it's difficult to make a contribution if you're a small country. If you have a small scale, you need to have a minimum budget. Otherwise, there's no, which is sort of something the sort of thing you have in a country like China or the US or even the UK, but you rarely have in the Middle East, certainly for some of the smaller states. And so it makes sense that one way you can circumvent problems of minimum efficient scale is by pooling resources. And if that can't happen between countries that have strained diplomatic relations, then at the very least, it could happen among countries that do have warmer relations. But unfortunately, I've only seen that sort of thing happen in a very haphazard way. In Europe, you have something like, you have the European Union, you have the Erasmus program, which is a system for research or exchange, and that's an illustration of what Dr. Ash is talking about in terms of cooperation and R&D, and it's very successful in the European Union. It'd be great to have something analogous in the Middle East region, at the very least between countries that have good relations, but it requires a change of mindset from the leaderships and for them to look at innovation in a more cooperative light and a more open light. At the moment, I fear that many of the countries in the Middle East still look at innovation and R&D as something very proprietary and something where it's sort of a race and who gets there first. And that kind of mindset doesn't really help the region, and I don't even think it helps the countries involved either.
An existential threat for all states in the region, very hostile climate. We're seeing different initiatives by the Kingdom and the GCC states, but not others. This is a good first step. We hope others to join and come to their sense and try to be serious about it. But I'm not very optimistic at this moment.
Thank you very much, Dr. Hesham. And Tom, if you have any further brief comments.
I think what we've seen is a discussion of the importance of human capital. I think it's going to be essential that the talent that exists in the region, and certainly there are many natural resources the region can take advantage of, but the key will be developing human potential, and what that frankly means is governments creating the conditions in which the people who are the best and the brightest, who have come from the region, choose to stay there and to contribute their talents there rather than immigrating to other places where prospects might be better. And so that will require creating the kinds of societies in which a highly mobile workforce that could move to Europe or East Asia or the United States would find it more conducive to stay where they are and contribute directly to developing the new engineering technologies that these countries could build.
Okay, thank you very much, Tom. These are all, of course, big questions. These issues of technology transfer and research and development tie into basic questions of development and also economic diversification, which of course is very much a strategic priority and of course arguably a necessity for many regional countries. But at the same time, when nations develop their indigenous capacities, if you like, then they're having to deal with this problem of what is often known as the brain drain, of course. I think it's worth noting in relation to the European Union, which was mentioned as a model for regional cooperation. What's often overlooked is the extent to which the countries which joined the European Union, which exceeded in the 2000s, they've seen significant losses of their most talented young people who've often sought a better life, more research, employment opportunities in North America and Western Europe. So these are complex issues, of course, and there's no sort of silver bullet, as it were, which can resolve these kinds of problems. But as we're drawing to the end of the session, so I'd like to thank our panelists for an excellent discussion. Very grateful for their insights, and I hope we've got our two-day event off to a flying start, and I'd also like, of course, to thank our audience. So we will be back. We're taking a break now. We'll be session 2 will start at 1 p.m. and that will deal with countering violent extremism and terrorism in the Middle East and beyond. Thank you all very much.
Have a comment from His Royal Highness Turki al-Faisal would like to comment.
Please, Your Highness.
Yes. May I just respectfully refer to what Dr. Abedi and Dr. Sarihi said about there is no need for a new layer. From a practical point of view, if you're going to invite Iran, for example, to come and for a joint cooperation, whether it is on energy or climate change or whatever you want to make sure that the GCC at least together do that with Iran. And in order to do that and to make sure that it is applicable, all the countries of the GCC have to be involved in that. So there is a need to set up some apparatus, bureaucratic, that deals with how Iran is invited to join in practical projects and so on, and to carry on further what is expected and how it's going to be applied and so on. So yes, there is perhaps too many layers, but in such an endeavor, you need to have some kind of organizational setup in order to be able to make sure that every party to that grouping will not only implement what it committed itself to, but that it can be held accountable as well to what is needed for that. Hence the Helsinki proposal that I suggested, which would agree on principles between us and Iran and other countries in the area, Iraq perhaps even including Turkey at one point in the future, to make sure that we are all in this grouping together on similar understandings of what the principles are, and not just the practicalities of whether we share solar power or we share navigational prerogatives or whatever it is that connects us to our neighbors in the Gulf. Thank you for listening to me.
Thank you so much, Your Royal Highness. Thank you. Yes, just to reiterate what I said, we'll close the session now, and we'll see you. We hope you rejoin us at 1 p.m. Thank you so much.
Good afternoon and welcome back. Welcome to the session CV and Terrorism in the Middle East and Beyond. My name is Lorenzo Vidino. I'm the director of the program on extremism at George Washington University, and it is my privilege to be moderating today's panel that Atlantic Council and Trends have organized. First of all, I really want to say that I've had the opportunity, the pleasure over the last couple of years of interacting with the team of Dr. Mohammed at Trends, and I've witnessed the quality, the dedication that the team has, and I'm very glad we get to showcase this in Washington in this conference. And it's a pleasure, of course, to be part of this. We have 4 great speakers today. 2 physically with us, 2 joining us remotely, and here to discuss the topic of CV, of terrorism in the Middle East. We're going to be looking at what has happened in the region from this point of view over the last 10 years, give or take. We come from at the end of a very eventful decade from this point of view, but also we're going to be looking at what has been happening over the last few weeks, few months, and what are the foreseeable trends for the near future. As I was saying, the decade that just ended started with the Arab Spring and the promise that it brought. As we all know, many of those promises were broken. What we ended up seeing was a growth of violent extremism in different parts of the region, the surge of ISIS, the self-declared caliphate, and the global mobilization that followed that. The decade, of course, ended with the military defeat of ISIS, the demise of the caliphate, at least the physical caliphate. But as we all know, ISIS is still present. It's still present in a different way in its original territory of Syria and Iraq. It's very much present worldwide through affiliates that span well beyond the region. I think Africa has become a particularly interesting place to look at ISIS. And it still remains, it still exists globally as a brand, online, and sort of as an idea that people throughout the world at times embrace. As we all know, the other big dynamic of the last few years has been the fierce competition between ISIS and its main competitor in the jihadi sphere, which is al-Qaeda. And that competition plays out on a variety of theaters. Arguably the latest, the one people have been talking about the most recently is, of course, Afghanistan, with the latest developments, bringing potentially some new developments in the war on terror, if we still want to call it that, in the competition between ISIS and al-Qaeda, and more broadly in global jihadism. And I think that's obviously something we want to discuss today. Today's panel, though, is not just about discussing the situation and describing current events. We have panelists, all 4 of them, that are also top experts on how to counter extremism. Each of them have engaged in different ways in challenging extremist narratives and radicalization processes. They all bring very interesting experiences and expertise on the topic. So I want the conversation to revolve around both aspects, what is going on and what has been going on and will go on in terms of challenging extremist narratives. So without further ado, let me just briefly explain how we're going to structure the panel. We're going to have initial comments from the 4 speakers. Then we will hopefully have the panel evolve into a conversation among the 5 of us. And then we'll open for the last 15 minutes to questions from the audience. So what I would like to do is first to have Dr. Anne Speckert speak for a few minutes, give some initial remarks. Anne doesn't really need an introduction, but it's always nice to hear one. She is the director of the International Center for the Study of Violent Extremism, and also served as an adjunct professor of psychiatry at Georgetown University School of Medicine. She is always traveling around, deep expertise in a variety of extremist groups, of course ISIS, but not only. And I think what everybody really knows Anne for is the field work that she conducts in different places. So overcoming her jet lag, that I know she has acquired over the last trip. Dr. Speckert, if you can start your comments.
Thank you, Lorenzo. And thank you, everyone. So we'll start with a short PowerPoint. I named it Bakia because it's interesting that now we're talking about the defeat of ISIS, that ISIS is finished. And this word is Arabic, meaning everlasting, we will remain. And this is the hashtag that ISIS is now using and has been using for some time. Since the loss of their territorial caliphate, they've no longer called for people to come to Syria. And we now know that ISIS-K is up and active. But their online propaganda also urges followers and supporters to mount attacks at home for retribution for the destruction of the caliphate and to prove that ISIS remains. They're online, and we found that they use the plight of detainees to try to propagandize that, look, our women and children are in Camp Hol and in Camp al-Roj, and this is unjust, which actually it is. There's, the territorial caliphate battle has been won for over a year now, and these women and children are held without charges for the most part in the camps in northeast Syria by the SDF. And they urge their followers to break them out, to marry them. There's lots of Europeans that have married women in Camp al-Hol and then send them money, oftentimes for their escape, and they end up in Idlib or God knows where. So let's see. ISIS has also shifted its attention from Iraq and Syria, although they're quite active. There was just last week, I believe it was 12 simultaneous attacks by ISIS in Iraq, one very close in Baghdad. But they're also shifting to other regions, as Lorenzo said. Afghanistan is a big one with the pullout of the US forces, which was very celebrated online and seen as a victory for Al-Qaeda, ISIS, and the rest of them. So ISIS-K, Africa, Indonesia would like to stand up its own Islamic State. Maldives would like to stand up their own Islamic State. So the idea of building caliphates elsewhere and continuing this idea. Let's see, how do we move this? The women in Camp al-Hol and al-Roj in Syria, we found this on Instagram. We were doing a promotion of our videos on Instagram and found ISIS on Instagram, that they're posting publicly on Facebook, Instagram, Telegram to fundraise for themselves. They're teaching their children about ISIS's ideology, even bragging about their children throwing rocks at the guards. And some of these women, and I should emphasize that most of the women are done with ISIS that are in Camp al-Hol and Camp Roj, but the ones that are still with it are attacking the guards, attacking other women, burning tents. They have knives because they cook for themselves, stabbing other women that don't stay with ISIS. So how to fight back? Our view, our center, we were stood up in 2016, and we were working with US State Department at the time to think, how could we use our field research? Because as Lorenzo said, I've been interviewing terrorists for forever, so interviewed about 800 of them, and now we've interviewed 271 ISIS members. And we get them on film, and if they agree, we cut a counter-narrative from their 2-hour interview. And the counter-narratives are only 5 minutes long, sometimes 1 minute long. The ones we use on Facebook are 1 minute long. And the idea is to use an actual insider to speak against the group, to say, brother, I believe the same as you, I had the same grievance as you. I went because I thought this was important, but once I was inside, I realized they're un-Islamic, brutal, and corrupt, and don't join. So Facebook has partnered with us on that, and we've done all kinds of campaigns, as I'll show you in a minute. I decided I'm not going to show that video because there's not time, but here gives the reach. We're running campaigns all the time on Facebook in the Middle East, Iraq, Jordan, North Africa, And you get an idea of millions of views in some of these countries. Tunisia, Iraq, one of our videos got 3 million. And I'd like to just show you an example of one of our videos. So we'll play this quickly so you get an idea how they look. And I think we have 250 videos now. They're all on our YouTube channel, and you're free to use them in counter-narrative work. If you could play the video, please. Hello.
I start to follow weeds, smokes, alcoholic women. I do all this stuff from Science 14. We have a mosque in front of our house. You know, these people, they have long beard. Always I saw them, you know, and they always talk to me. You have to stop these things, stop these naughty things. I never pray in my life. I don't know how to pray. With time, I start to understand this is what I'm doing is wrong. So I quit alcohol. I stopped weeds. I stopped even to go to disco. I say, okay, let me pray, okay? I say this is not life. If I finish like this, I will destroy my life. I start to pray. I start to go to the mosque. In Tunisia, they speak about jihad. It's normal in the street. We see the videos about Syria. I feel emotionally. I feel that I have to go. Me and my friend, we decided to go to Syria. We went to Libya, to Istanbul. And from Istanbul, they took us to Rai. They took my passport, my drive license, my ID, mobile. They move us to the camp in Tabqa. We make a military camp and a Shari camp. It's nothing, just workout, running, some sports, the position of the Kalashnikov, bombs. It's not a lot. I wasn't like to go fight, you know, because I was scared from death. I was believe that anyone who's die with ISIS, that he will go to Jannah. I didn't understand a lot. I just know how to pray in that time. I have problem in my ears from when I am young. He write a report that he cannot handle the big sound, like bombs, like the bullet of the Kalashnikov. So they sent me to Raqqa. They choose me from Libya. I didn't make any war crime, then I don't go to fight. I don't have any bullets in my body. They kill them that carrier disbelievers, because the kafir, you know that he will go to fire. They say that you have to kill kafir because you get ajr. And if you go out from ISIS, you're a disbeliever too. ISIS, they choose to close this office. So they send me about cars in a service office. And then ISIS, they put me in the prison for 3 months. Because in that time I was thinking to go out from ISIS. I get caught with my phone that I was talking to my mom that I asked her for money. We don't find nothing. Then I go out from the... I moved from Raqqa in 2017. We go to Deir Mayadin. It came the bombs of Russian bombs, a lot of missiles. One time I get a bomb from the house, maybe 10 meters. My kids was yelling, you know, and I was so scared. My wife was so scared. And after this, I moved to another place, to Shara. And every time we changed the village, it came bombs again, rushing. And I hear that the Amniyin, they look for me again. يعني فأنا ننصح يعني كل أخ كل أخت يعني ما يجي ينضم لداعش وما عاد يفكر حتى يروح لأي مجموعة. What can I do? It's better than here. I'm here, there is no trail, there is nothing for me here. And my wife is in the camp. I go back to my house with my wife, because I have family there. They will take care about my wife, take care about my children. يعني إن شاء الله أنا نكون إن شاء الله أخذ درس يعني من هذا التجربة اللي عشتها يعني الآن 3 سنوات يعني مع الدولة. يعني صح غلطنا، لكن يعني خلاص هذه المرة يعني هذه أول غلطة احنا عملناها، وإن شاء الله راح تكون آخر غلطة يعني. أكيد يعني أنا تونسي يعني نبقى تونسي يعني منطقتي خاصة منطقتي اللي عايش فيها يعني أنا ما كنت أفكر إني أروح لأوروبا يعني عايش حالي كأني عايش في أوروبا فهمت؟ يعني فأنا أحب تونس يعني ومن الأخير أنا تونسي يعني كل اللي في ديل تونس يعني.
So that gives you an idea of one of our videos, and let me go back to the PowerPoint. Let's see. So when we partner with Facebook to put these out on campaigns, and I think we've done about 150 campaigns. Molly Ellenberg does all our campaigns. But you can see we get reach statistics. We're interested in, did people view the whole video? Because if you only watch the beginning of it, it's about their grievance about joining with the person. But as the video goes on, it tells, I didn't really like ISIS. It wasn't what I thought it was, and don't join. So we want people to have watched the whole thing. So we log how many watched 100%. And then we also send them to a webpage called therealjihad.org. And I think we have another slide that shows that, yeah. So for the Real Jihad, we've gotten already a million people visiting it. And the idea is that we call our videos Breaking the ISIS Brand Counter-Narrative. And the idea is to turn you off from ISIS has this utopia that you could go to or join or act on behalf of. It's not a utopia, and it's not going to bring anything good for you or for anybody else. But then where do we redirect you, and how do we redirect you? And you can't do that in a short video. So we have the web page having that, and it has a lot of short blogs. And we've actually just followed a campaign in Trinidad and Tobago, and we got, I think it was between 25 and 50% of the viewers to spend time on the Real Jihad, which is pretty cool. And you see the statistics there. But I don't want to take too much time because they asked me to be short. So that's a little bit about our work and what we're doing to try to make Bakia not true. So, and here's where you can reach us. Thank you. Thank you, Lorenzo.
Excellent. Thank you very much, and appreciate it. This is very interesting work, very practical example of how counter-narratives are made. I want to now switch to one of our speakers that is reaching us remotely, Dr. Louis de Gosselin. And just want to make sure exactly, he's right behind us, hearing us. Excellent. Just a very brief introduction. He's the Scientific and Strategic Director for the Center for the Prevention of Radicalization Leading to Violence in Canada. He has a long expertise in research on prevention of radicalization and violent extremism. So I'm just going to have him for a first introduction about his experience and about his views on the topic. The floor is yours.
Thank you, Lorenzo. Thank you, everyone. I regret not being able to be with you in person. It's hard to come after such a compelling presentation, and I really look forward to hearing more from Dr. Speckert. My observation, my introductory comments will focus on elements that are probably obvious to most people working in CVE, BVE, with a lens from my own background of research in mostly in West Africa, which lies a bit beyond the Middle Eastern region, but I'm sure some examples will be relevant to practitioners and policymakers in the Middle East and beyond. One of the main elements that I want to stress out is that we know from research on radicalization that one of the main drivers of violent extremism is a feeling of being marginalized, a feeling of injustice that is being either inflated or exploited by agents of radicalization, or that can lead to various types of political or religious, social extremist movements. And when we look at how jihadist groups have entrenched themselves in parts of the Sahel, mainly in Mali and Burkina Faso, we can see how far marginalization and a feeling of injustice can go in cases where the state is incapable. We, as observers of the regions, we were all a bit surprised to see how quickly jihadist groups were gaining ground in Mali and Burkina Faso. But in retrospect, I am surprised too that we have been surprised at the time, because we knew that several communities, such as Tuareg communities, some Fulani communities in central Mali and northern Burkina Faso, were pretty much left out of state institutions, development policies, and of the national community as a whole. and recent development, economic, social, political development, have furthered that feeling of marginalization, of being excluded. But when we see the policies are building further marginalization, and we are entrenching this feeling of being excluded in some communities for generations. The most obvious counterproductive measure, to my view, is the use of so-called self-defense militias, which and of extremist groups. But in many cases, these militias have objectives that are not in line with those of the state, or they do not these and mass killings in the targeted communities tend to join extremist groups if only to defend themselves. So that's one of the most obvious problems that we're seeing in the region. This escalated, and that will maybe come as a surprise, but some of the countermeasures for extremism have targeted ideology in a broad sense and have tended to empower so-called moderate voices within Sunni Islam. One of the inconvenience with that with these projects are that these voices are only as legitimate as the institutions that back them are. So if a state that is seen as corrupt or unfair by part of the population backs some religious voices, then it will come to discredit these voices. Another towards young Sunni Muslims, which creates the impressions that other communities cannot have extremists within their ranks, which of course is false. And since we're on a global stage, every injustice committed against Muslims in any part of the world are exploited by agents of radicalization and jihadist groups, as we have seen with the Islamic State in Syria. So I'll end my opening remarks here to hear the other panelists, but I look forward to discussing what we can do in these cases later on. Thank you.
Thank you, Louis. Thank you very much. Appreciate your contribution, and I think you close with a principle that I think should be the cornerstone of many CV programs, which is the do no harm. It's of course a big challenge in assessing empirically effectiveness of any policy, CV like any other policy, but of course the first basic milestone should be the do no harm standard. And of course we'll explore that, I think, later. Before doing that, I want to switch to another Canadian, another Québécois, and it's Professor Patrice Brodeur, who's an associate professor of religious studies at the University of Montreal. He's an expert in Islamic studies and comparative Abrahamic religions. Professor Brodeur, leave it to you.
Thank you very much to Dr. Vidino. It's a pleasure to be here. I thank the organizers, the Atlantic Council, as well as the Research Trends for inviting me and making this first annual meeting possible. And I like the fact that it's annual because we do need to study things from a longitudinal perspective, and that's very much appreciated. I'd like to make 4 points in my remarks today. The first one actually starts from citing the very often quoted preamble section from the 1946 UNESCO Constitution, which simply says that since wars begin in the minds of men, it is in the minds of men that the defenses of peace must be constructed. We all know this quote, but it has particular relevance because I think that we need to invest more into what does it mean to create defenses of peace. And so here I have hopefully a few suggestions that actually comes from the learning that has come out of a lot of investment internationally and in the Middle East region in particular in CVE and PVE programs. And the approach I will take will in fact in part be complementary to those two approaches due often to the fact that there are some critiques of the fact that the very name counter violent extremism or even preventing violent extremism puts the emphasis on Islam and extremism and can fuel at times Islamophobia among non-Muslims, especially in the West or other parts of non-majority Muslim countries, in such a way that sometimes can be self-defeating in the aims that the CVE and PVE try to achieve. So we need to be conscious of the interdependence of some of the words and concepts we use as we develop programs whose intentions are indeed to do no harm, but may in fact unintentionally provide fuel for other forms of behaviors that do cause harm, like Islamophobia, for example. And my remarks, by the way, also apply not just to Islamic forms of extremism, but also to other religious forms of extremism, which is also very important to balance in our studies because this way we try to avoid precisely sort of a connection that is supposedly reducing sort of Islam being more prone somehow to violent extremism than other religious traditions, which I definitely disagree with. So my first point has to do, therefore, with a different approach to CVE, PVE, a complementary one, actually, I would want to claim, not an opposition, but in a complementary approach, which is looking at the promotion of social cohesion and common citizenship from the local to the national narratives, which, of course, will vary depending on each country's history and current political dynamics. And that approach has been developed by a variety of scholars. Professor Abu Nimr of the American University here, also senior advisor with the International Dialogue Center in Vienna, Austria, a colleague of mine, is part of the approach that he says that in order to promote a counter discourse to extremist discourses, in particular when it comes to Islam, is to actually strengthen sort of the notion of and the training on peace building, Islamic peace building in particular, looking at the roots of the rhetoric that can actually promote peace from an Islamic faith perspective and as a way that is productive and constructive and does not only sort of focus on the extremist discourses, but it's an alternative way of going about sort of addressing the issues of extremism. And that has been picked up by the CAICID International Dialogue Center in its focus on a variety of different activities to train, to do capacity building and dialogue, in particular in Iraq, for example, where we trained young people, social influencers as we call them in the social media area, on how to actually address extremism and exclusivist and radical discourses online through sort of a direct, immediate sort of counter narrative online. And so training young people that are using already the social media sphere is very, very important. However, the numbers that of people being trained is tiny. It's a drop in the ocean. And that's where further investment needs to happen so that we can eventually potentially see some impact. A second point I want to talk about is the importance of what I call increased call for capacity building in dialogical skills. The reality is that there is no way that we can change any discourses by imposing a different perspective on someone. People just don't change that way. Point. The only way there might be changes is through a dialogical approach that is open-ended and allows for changes and transformations to actually come from within the individual on the basis of their own speed and their own sort of thinking processes. Respecting them and empathizing with their situations and their concerns, often their traumas or their feelings of marginalization, as my colleague Louis Audé-Gosselin just said, is really important in the process. And so a good dialogical approach enables to create sort of at small scales the possibility of those safe spaces where transformation might occur. So that's number one. Number two, within that second point, is that I'd like to refer to a recent research report that came out of an initially Lebanese-based organization called Adyan by Professor Drissen, the lead researcher of that study, called Interreligious Dialogue Mapping of the Middle East. And 7 lessons came out of that study of different interreligious dialogue organizations in the Middle East region. And so there are 7 lessons. I won't read all of those lessons, but I'll read a few of them because they are directly important and they add to what we've heard this morning as well and constitute what I call that other approach complementary to CVE and PVE. The first lesson is that interreligious dialogue in the Middle East is a relatively young field, and its growth is directly connected to the major political and social dynamics shaping the region, including the growth of religiously expressed violence. So in other words, a lot of people don't like the violent approach and want to sort of strengthen themselves to be able to respond to it in more peaceful and constructive ways. The second lesson is that the political context of each country affects the development of interreligious dialogue in powerful ways. That may sound obvious, but that means that we need to take not a one-size-fits-all approach to dialogue, but rather contextualize it to national circumstances. And lesson number 3 is that much of the interreligious dialogue activity in the region remains local in scope, as the initiative of faith-based organization and oriented to serving basic community needs. But that also means that there's room for growth, and there's room for more transnational, collaborative dialogical approaches that is necessary in complementarity to some of the suggestions that came out this morning to improve sort of collaborative approaches for the Middle East region as a whole and beyond. A fifth lesson is that there is a growing support for interreligious dialogue activities which strengthen citizenship values, even as the exact meaning of those values may change across national contexts, as I was saying. So again, citizenship approach is becoming more and more important because it's a way of bringing the young people in particular together in a common way, rather than putting emphasis on their religious identity differences or political ideological differences. Common citizenship is a way of actually having them work together as part of a common national reality and beyond. Another sort of lesson is that strategies of education were recognized as an essential strategy of action which might effectively build dialogue organizations' capacity to participate in the reform of religious education or education on diversity in the region. Now that last particular strategy to me is really important, and you'll see why. In my third point, increasing dialogical skills is in fact an investment in what I will coin, possibly new to most people, is epistemological security. How do we, to use the expression of Mr. Hood, try to open up to, quote, expansive views of what security includes, but in order to do something which Prince Faisal al-Turki mentioned this morning, which is, in his closing statement, the need for more joint activities between the GCC and Iran, and eventually even Turkey, the triangle in many ways that we see in the Middle East in terms of power dynamics. And that, we won't get to that point unless there are people that have developed enough practices of dialogue and trust across identity and ideological differences that they're willing to go on the edge and actually move in that direction for the better of the region, hopefully. So, for example, if we take the repeated sort of case of the Helsinki process that we heard about on several occasions this morning, how is it taught in the educational system? Are there any organizations in the Middle East, whether it's or beyond, the Muslim World League or ISESCO, for example, that actually uses that process and translates it within an Islamic majority framework as exists in the Middle East, in order to be able to educate the people and make them think about new options and possibilities that are going to be more meaningful to the needs of the future in the Middle East. And so there is a direct link between sort of investing in education and increasing sort of the know-how that humanity has developed over the last few decades, and apply it and contextualize it to the needs of the Middle East. And doing that, we need to understand that dialogue is one of the means towards that end, and the dialogue takes at least 3 different forms. It takes the form, and those 3 forms need to be happening parallel to each other in a complementary and not a competitive approach. Intra-religious, especially intra-Islamic, in order to in part sort of overcome because that's only one element of differences within the broad diversity of the Muslim world, the Sunni-Shia divide. And then there has to be bilateral kinds of dialogues, whether it's Christian-Muslim or whether it's Jewish-Muslim, and so on and so forth. And finally, there's an Abrahamic sort of dynamic that needs to happen in the Middle East in particular, if we want to also be able to integrate Israel and Jews in the realities of the Middle East, and not further cause a feeling of exclusion on their part when it comes to their integration into the region. And of course, that feeds into sort of a broader multilateral dialogue. So the good practice of dialogue leads to trust building, which is essential for the collaboration of different kinds to happen. So that's the theory. My last point is briefly that epistemological security is also necessary to understand better the changing dimensions of Islamism today, meaning that we have to take a dialogical approach in the research about the growing diversity, the complexification of Islamist discourses and actions on the ground. And that is therefore sort of another element that needs to be brought into the picture, but I'll stop here because my time is over for sure. Thank you.
Great. Thank you very much. Really appreciate it. I think you brought a lot of complexity to the conversation, and starting from the very necessary first point about the terminological clarity and the potential pitfalls of using a certain terminology, all the way to the different approaches. I think that's probably be something that we should discuss more. In a way, you discussed all the different approaches that come with CVE, if we want to use the term CVE, from the religious one to the more psychological one to the one that is grounded in education. The bringing together all these different aspects, I think it's one of the big challenges of CVE. I cannot think of a better speaker to bring either clarity or further complexity. I think both of them would be greatly appreciated. But I cannot think of anybody with more expertise than His Excellency Ahmed al-Qasimi, given the position that he occupies and the expertise that he brings. Ahmed al-Qasimi was nominated Executive Director of Hidayah, organization I think most people will be familiar with, which is the International Center of Excellence for Countering Violent Extremism. He also brings his own personal experience from service in the Ministry of Foreign Affairs of the UAE, an experience that brought him to deal with a variety of counter-narratives related issues over the last few years. So knowing the kind of work that your organization does, I really hope, again, that you bring either clarity or complexity to the conversation we've had so far. The floor is yours. Thank you.
Well, thank you very much. It's always good to see you. And I would like to start by thanking the Atlantic Council and Trends Research for organizing this very important event, and also for hosting us. And I would also like to extend the warm greetings to the viewers and also to my fellow panelists. I found their insights really interesting. There's a couple of things I would like to also discuss when it comes to how we as Hidayah handle CVE, in a way trying to address root causes, because no person is born a terrorist. He goes through, or he or she goes through different stages that would ultimately lead him to that, stage. We believe that when people counter terrorism, it's more of a militarily approach. Therefore, you can defeat ISIS militarily on the ground, but the ISIS ideology, for example, lives on. And second of all, what does ideology mean? We believe that ideology takes different stages. Now we see the rise of the radical right, so shifting from more of an Islamic extremism to more of the radical far right. So what we came to know is that extremism is the main problem, but they're just using religion, political ideology as the vehicle. So that's in a way how we're trying to counter by addressing root causes. One of the ways we do that is actually national action plans. When Hidayah was first created almost a decade ago, the first thing that was tasked is by members of the board and the GCTF was to work on national action plans. What we envisaged at the time was countries need to have some sort of a strategy that is multidimensional. It's not something that is reactionary, would have been lost if that's how we would counter extremism and terrorism. So the first thing that we did from the past several years when we would work on national action plans is try to build countries' capacity. Now, some countries, we notice there are different countries around the world have different approaches. And this is what I would like to share with you today and some of the findings that we have in a way to perhaps bridge the gap and address these gaps when moving forward. The first is some countries don't even have national action plans. That's perfectly fine. Hidayah can actually help you draft a national action plan from scratch. Other countries do have a national action plan, but it actually looks good on paper. There is no implementation mechanism. The other thing is some national action plans look good on paper, but there's no communication strategy to that national action plan. So there's several things that we came to notice. The other thing is when it comes to national action plan, there's a dire focus to, in a way, come up with this comprehensive, robust document that would be, in a way, a savior for countries. I think that's a mistake. To think that there's this one document that some countries will draft an action plan that is so high in caliber, but the capacity that you have on the ground in that country does not meet the caliber of that document, I think in itself is also one of the problems why some national action plans fail. The other thing is people take into account when they draft their national action plans, they address terrorism or extremism as a constant phenomenon. It's one type of threat, whether it's the radical far right or Islamic extremism or whatever it is, they address it as a constant. And I think that is the problem, because when you address a problem that is constant, your approach would also be constant. And while the problem keeps developing, your approach will still remain constant. And I think this is one of the problems. So countries are trying to play catch up while having a robust national action plan. So that's, in a way, just in a quick nutshell, how sometimes drafting a national action plan should not just be a one document, but rather could be a living document and something that builds in stages. The first stage would be garnering support from the local institutions, building capacity, and then the strategy of communication. And then you can beef up the national action plan itself. So I can give you some of the gaps that to drafting a national action plan. Some people think that drafting a national action plan is stage one. It's the first thing to do. So what we argue is that there's actually some prerequisites. And one of the prerequisites, it's actually definitions. We once sat with members of a certain country outside of the Middle Eastern region, and they wanted us to review their national action plan. The first question I asked was, what is your definition on CVE? And they said, we don't even have a definition on CVE. So it's actually the other way around. You have to come up with a definition first, and then you draft the national action plan, and not the other way around. That in itself was the first, in a way, gap or a mistake that would ultimately lead to why national action plans are rendered ineffective. Definitions and terminology and understanding of CVE. That is something that is very, very important, because some countries, they think that they're countering terrorism in isolation of extremism or violent extremism. And I think that is something that we always try to bring to the table for countries to understand the link between the two. The second is understanding push and pull factors. We as Hidayah will soon publish our push and pull factors to the public. And this is one of the things that we actually put in place when we draft national action plans. What are the local drivers for push and pull factors, as well as the international? Because the national action plan has to address threats from both. The other thing is having a communication strategy. In some countries, there's a lack of trust between people and government. Should the government be the ones sending the message to the public? That needs to be addressed as well. So that's something that we also bring to the table. And looking at the link between civil society organizations and government officials, because they have different perspectives. And in some aspects, they actually talk across one another rather than with each other. And I think that's something that we should also keep in mind. There are several things that we need to also address. As Hidayah, we have published our CVE cycle, which is a public document explaining how do people actually become radicalized. And we rely on this charts publication in most of our work. Something like that needs to be integrated because terrorism and extremism and violent extremism does not just happen out of the blue. What is the process of this? This is very important to understand when drafting national action plans as to what are the process that people go through. Is it frustration? Is it development? Is it lack of religious understanding? All of these things need to be taken into account. The other thing is addressing the online and offline nexus. If some of you have heard of the Abu Muhammad al-Adnani, who was one of the ISIS spokesperson, he was trying to convince people that actually you don't even need to join ISIS. The battlefield is a smartphone. And they started actually releasing these guides for people on how to indoctrinate, how to recruit, how to radicalize. So in a way, telling people you don't even need to join us in the battlefield to be one of us. You can be one of us at your home by joining us ideologically and by committing attacks under the ISIS name. So that's one of the things that we also need to address. What happens when the battlefield comes to us? Can we address it in that way rather than stopping people from just going to the battlefield? I don't think that's enough. And the last thing before I give the floor back to you, Lorenzo, is the intervention approach. Some national action plans address the threat very accurately, but what they don't address very accurately is what is the intervention approach? Is it just a security approach? Do we just call the police or the authorities and report someone? They throw a person who is in the early stages of radicalization that can be addressed very easily, is thrown in prison, and gets further radicalized. So now we have a bigger problem. So sometimes identifying the right intervention approach is actually very important, because if you sometimes intervene at the right time, but have the wrong intervention, this will actually push a person further into radicalization. I look forward to the discussion. Thank you.
Thank you, Ahmed. Thank you very much. Appreciate it. I think what makes sense now is probably before we open it to the audience for questions is that maybe we do a short round of questions. I've written down quite a few notes. I would say two main questions that I would like to ask all panelists, and maybe we go in reverse and we start with Ahmed and we make our way back to Anne. And one is more CV related, and it's an issue that at every CV conference always gets asked, and I think for good reason, and it's the issue of assessment, of empirics, of measuring effectiveness or measuring that we're not doing harm, as it was correctly pointed out. What works and what doesn't. Now, of course, the question can be very, very shallow. We all understand the complexity of the topic. There's no magic wand. There's no magic tool that works all the time with every individual, with every group, and in every place. We all understand the complex nature of what we're discussing. But it is at the same time true that effectiveness needs to be proved. That is the criticism that comes to CVE, that all the funds, the resources that are invested in this field, and it's a field that now probably has 20 years, give or take, show me that is effective. Show me what works and what doesn't. There are many sub-debates, of course, to this that range from the role of international organizations versus those of national governments versus that of civil society. Who does it better? Again, I'm asking very shallow questions. I know it's much more complex than that. How do we do that? The second question has to do more with what I said at the very beginning in my introduction. I would like to look a bit and have your input when it comes to future trends in extremism. Now, whether we are discussing jihadist, Islamist extremism, for lack of a better term, Afghanistan, Africa, what are the fronts, what are the future dynamics, the ISIS versus Al-Qaeda rivalry. Of course, I think particularly I think it was Ahmed that mentioned it, but all four of us understand that particularly in Western countries, right-wing extremism has become equally more. I think there's no point in having this competition between what form of extremism is more dangerous than the other, but definitely a very important challenge to security. Even new forms of extremism, hybrid forms of extremism. People talk about blended ideology, dynamics in which people, and we've seen examples here in the United States, mix right-wing and jihadist ideology together, very influenced by both. The pandemic has brought forward interesting mixes of extremism. So what is the future from your perspective of extremism in the near future? So as I said, let's go back to Ahmed with these two questions, if you can address them both.
Thank you very much. So the first thing on monitoring, measuring, and evaluation. So basically, every single program that Hidayah has drafted since its inception has to have a monitoring, measuring, and evaluation element. This is absolutely crucial. It's crucial for our funders who continue to fund us, and it's actually crucial in our work because we have to demonstrate how our work is actually impactful. I'll go through a few things in terms of our process. The first one is basically a needs assessment. And one of the things that people do is actually they measure after the program has been implemented because they want to see the change, right? I think that what we do as Hidayah, first of all, before we start any program, we actually do the needs assessment beforehand. We identify the drivers of radicalization. We look at the regional dynamics. We speak to local NGOs, civil society, people of influence, government officials, and so on, and trying to speak to as much stakeholders as possible before we even implement. And we also need to take into account the theory of change when it comes to implementing our programs. And then when we draft the program, monitoring, measuring, and evaluation has to happen before, during, and after the program. This is very crucial. The monitoring and evaluation has to be a continuous thing, and not just a one-time thing after the program is done. This is point number one. The other thing is that we actually have developed an app called Masar, which is available on the Apple Store, on the Google Play Store. And this is one of the apps that we have our indicators on. And what we do is we empower NGOs. I mean, Hidayah has worked in about 100 countries now. We can't be there all at the same time. So we empower NGOs and civil societies to use this app that has our indicators embedded in it, and they can upload results there. And then we can monitor it here from the headquarters. Runs is crucial. We do this all the time. Things change, we have to change accordingly to get the maximum impact of results. I can share a few success stories as well, because I mean, results and indicators, charts and graphs, that's one thing. We're dealing with the real world. Show me a real life situation that has happened, and I can share two with you. The first one is ISIS. Some children have gone back to their country, back in some country in North Africa. And these children had access to ISIS ideology. They were under ISIS control. So when that country took them back, they actually reached out to Hidayah for help. So of course, we did our needs assessment. We rehabilitated those children. And the test was, basically they had to draw a picture. And all of them drew their country's flag. So in a way, they had this nationalistic coming back home, being welcomed back home, the love for their country. That was something that was, in a way, very impactful. The other one was when we had, was a country next to the Balkan region, where we had children in school or teenagers who were prone to radical ideology. So we were training teachers to identify early signs of radicalization, but also intervene in the right way. They've spotted a few. And one of the things that we did was we had that person sit with a victim of terrorism. And when he saw the level of damage a person could go through from terrorism, that was enough to de-radicalize that person entirely. And he actually became an advocate against extremism and terrorism. So that's real life results. So, and that's something that we talk as our success stories. Going back to your second question, is also trying to understand the link, because actually, being here in the UAE, they actually go a step back. They think that radicalization even starts from the hate narrative. So even beyond extremism, when a person projects hate, they actually will act on that hate. And when they're extremists, they act on that extremism. So ultimately, inevitably, that person will be pushed towards radicalization if there's no intervention approach. But the thing that we also need to mention is the link between organized crime and terrorism and extremism. I think, in my humble opinion, is that when you start seeing a radical group behaving like a transnational organization in terms of a organized crime, I think that is what will push them towards becoming a future threat or a terrorist group, because that's how they start behaving. And I'll leave it at that. Thank you.
Thank you, Ahmed. Appreciate it. Patrice?
Yes, thank you. First of all, I fully agree and support what was said by His Eminence, Dr. Ahmed Al-Qasimi. I'd like to simply sort of add that from my perspective, which has not been directly linked to CVE per se, but rather use that sort of a complementary approach of looking at transformative ways of changing discourses of radicalization through developing sort of those approaches towards national social cohesion and common citizenship. In that context, making sure that whenever we develop the programs, whether they are nationally based or whether they are transnational, that there is an M&E component and therefore sort of are able to, at the end, measure some degree of assessment of the results is absolutely vital in the process. And that's what definitely the activities of the CAICID International Dialogue Center does, and as one example. I'd like to also give the example of the ways in which Soliya, which has developed since the 9/11 in 2001, has developed an online way of actually initially communicating and creating an online space for dialogue between people of the Middle East and Americans, primarily within university settings initially, and of course over the years that has expanded. And they've done a few years ago a study with MIT to actually assess sort of the results of the impact that they've had in developing their technology of dialogue online. And it's quite incredible to see sort of how the process of transformation can take place. So even if in some ways the easy critique of dialogue is that, well, anyway, you're preaching to the converted, the reality is those people who come to the dialogue table still carry different degrees of stereotypes about each other, and therefore addressing those and changing the perceptions and decreasing the stereotypes is still an incredibly valuable sort of process to engage in general. Because then it helps and empower those people who have gone through this transformative experience to actually be more active themselves in expanding and reaching out to the more extreme voices within their own faith communities or ideological communities. And so that, I think, is an important piece. And finally, I'd like to just mention in terms of the second question that you're asking, I really have been in touch with a friend of mine called Abu Bakr in Tanzania, who is on the ground sort of struggling with addressing how the increasing rise of extremist discourses among very poor, marginalized members of Muslim communities in Tanzania, Mozambique, and the area. And we see that sort of the cutting edge of the future development of violent extremism is probably East Africa, Southern Africa, Central Africa, Cameroon, etc. And so we really have to sort of invest more in literally sort of, poverty, dealing with poverty alleviation in part through proper, simple but proper educational access to so many young people that are out of it. And of course, the pandemic only increased the discrepancies when it comes to access to proper education. So there's a huge need there, because it's, as we say in French, le terreau, it's the ground of extremism is in fact ignorance about one's own religious tradition. And if there aren't sort of appropriate sort of institutions locally based that actually provide better training and education about what the meaning of Islam or of Judaism or Christianity or Hinduism or Buddhism might be, then of course, the grievances and the marginalization feelings end up sort of taking sort of over, and therefore become, those folks end up sort of being the perfect candidates for radicalization. So there is that kind of approach in the future, the immediate future, I would say, that is actually urgent if we don't want to see sort of further damages caused by violent extremism today.
Absolutely. Mindful of the fact that we only have, I think, 6-7 minutes in total. Louis, I can get your...
So very quickly, just like the $1 million question about measurement. His Excellency Ahmed Al-Qasmi explained what Hidayah does, and at the CPRLV we have a pretty similar approach now. All of our programs are evaluated from the onset and on the long term, because sometimes we see very positive results about training sessions in the immediate aftermath, but in the longer term we can see some backlash effect, and we need to measure on the long term if we are very efficient. For the second question, future trends, Professor Brodar really nailed it on the Eastern Africa region for development of jihadism especially. But in a broader ideological frame, I would like to point out violent misogyny, such as the incel movements and the broader manosphere, which is something that we see a lot now at the CPRLV. And we've seen some jihadist sympathizers over the world adopting some of the codes, some of the terms. So that is something for sure that will be watching in the future. Yeah, thank you.
Excellent, thank you. Anne, concluding remarks.
Sure. Well, I would say for us, whenever we're doing a Facebook or Instagram campaign, we're looking at the Facebook and Instagram metrics. So how far did it reach? How many people got our ad? How many people viewed the video the whole time? Or if it's on Instagram, the little digital poster, and what their comments were, doing a discourse analysis. But from that, I can't tell, what their behaviors are, because I can't jump through their computer and see, what they actually are doing. I can only see what they're expressing and how they're clicking on the computer. When we do research interviews, we code them on all levels of radicalization, how radicalized they were when they first heard about it, when they were inside of ISIS, and now that they're in prison or back home. We work with a lot of countries on repatriation, so we measure did they actually get repatriated if we share their interview, and what were those outcomes. We look at success stories for repatriations because they're not all dismal. Some of them are really good. We also look at is prosecution happening when it's needed. There's just a famous German case right now that fell under the radar, but she was caught and prosecuted successfully thanks to the Germans and Claudia Gorf. When we talk to people, we look towards movement, towards change. So for instance, I just spent 2 weeks in the prisons in an undisclosed country working with extremists. And my first question is, can I get them to talk to me? Which is something to measure, right? And had an Islamic sheikh with me. Can we engage with them? Will they talk with us in a meaningful way? Will they open up? Or is it just all fake? And if they talk in a meaningful way, can we move them at all on this spectrum of, far extremism to a nonviolent and different narrative of Islam. And can we shake their narrative? Can we move them towards our narrative? And we can measure that. We can also measure what are they getting out of being in the narrative they're in, and what can we give them to move them towards it. So for instance, in prison, a lot of heroin addicts were getting off of heroin from joining the extremists. That's a pretty big reward. We also measure things like stories that were told from interventionists about our videos, about a kid that didn't go to ISIS. I showed an ISIS Emir in prison 2 of our videos, and after he hung his head in shame and said we were wrong. I mean, I can measure that. As far as what's happening in the future, I would say a lot of reciprocal radicalization. We're seeing the white supremacists, that's the bigger threat in the US right now. And it definitely, they play off of each other in Europe and in the West. I think it's very interesting that we're seeing more and more evidence that suicide bombing martyrdom is coming to the white supremacists. I mean, we just had a guy up on the Hill in the last year that drove up with a bomb, and he's sitting right next to the bomb. I don't know if he was going to explode it while he was in his truck, but threatening that he had a bomb and that he was going to act on behalf of our democracy and country according to his views. We're also seeing conspiracy theories. Everything that deals with terrorism is political in nature, and then people do have their views, which a lot of us see as conspiracy, right? And QAnon is a big one. Thank you for raising the incels. That's definitely the incels and the manosphere. That's where I would stop. Thank you so much.
Excellent, thank you. And I think we've managed to gain maybe a minute or 2 from the delay. So I hope you can all join me to thank our 4 panelists. We had a very fruitful conversation. I want to thank them. And I think we have now a 5-minute break, if I'm not mistaken. And then the next panel will be the future of the Middle East security, international priorities. So thank you very much, and we'll see you in 5 minutes.
Right, good afternoon, everyone. This session is about the future of the Middle East security, and the subtitle is International Priorities. This is one of the most crucial factors in studying Middle East security, that is international priorities. And today we have Professor Anthony Cordesman and Dr. Wang Wen and Dr. Anna Borshevskaya, and they are going to discuss these priorities. The perspectives are from Russia, from the European Union, and from the United States. We start with Professor Cordesman, and hopefully having a Professor Cordesman reminds of T.S. Eliot about when he wrote the love song of G. Alfred Prufrock, and about experience and passion and handsome. So, Professor Cordesman, please, the floor is yours.
Thank you very much. Can we call up the PowerPoint? I am glad we have a Trends conference, because I think we are in the middle of a remarkably dynamic situation. There's a tendency to, I think, underestimate the rate of change that occurred before COVID. We've seen COVID drive a great deal in terms of budgets, how nations are really dealing with defense, and the U.S. is one of them. But we also have underlying U.S. changes which occurred and began under the Obama administration. And let me just point out, strategic importance of the MENA region. There are a lot of questions about American perceptions. I think if you look at the posture statements of our commander for CENTCOM, which is the U.S. forces that deal with the Middle East, if you look at our intelligence assessments, if you look at the work going on for American force planning, you don't see a change in priorities for the Middle East. You do see reductions coming out of what's happened in Afghanistan and out of the defeat of ISIS in Iraq. But basically, at least as yet, almost all of the forces and bases that were in the region before you focused on terrorism have, if anything, expanded and been improved, and the actual level of people deployed are somewhat the same as they were 5, 10 years ago when it comes down to supporting the force structure. What you do see is a dramatic set of changes in the U.S. military forces. Now, these are very much in transition because you are shifting back to forces that can project power to deal with China and Russia. You're talking about much more sophisticated forces, new concepts of tactics and warfare, new concepts of power projection. And these inevitably will force us to work with our strategic partners in the region to have major changes take place in their forces as well. And I've listed some of these here because when it comes down to nuclear systems, we are back in a nuclear arms race. We're talking about long-range precision strikes of a kind that we really were not talking about even 5 years ago. Cyberspace are changing radically in their character. You have a new focus on gray area warfare, and already what you are looking at is what might be called white area conflict, economics and civil structures which are designed to achieve military goals. When it comes down to the central focus, they are China and Russia. And here it's important to point out this is not new. President Obama raised the issue in talking about rebalancing to Asia. When President Trump announced a new national strategy and defense strategy in 2017 and 2018, those are actually strategies detailed largely by General Mattis, and they were really in many ways ideas planned under the Obama administration. And now we see that the Biden administration has in most ways carried on with them. What is not clear is how much they will change U.S. forces, both globally and in the Middle East region. And because of domestic priorities, COVID, the uncertainties in technology, I don't think you'll get a clear idea of what those changes really are as we would like them to occur before some time about 2 fiscal years from now. People often find it difficult, I know, in the analysis business to focus on money. As somebody who spent more time in government than the analysis business, let me say of the two, money tends to matter and policy and words tend to have second place. What will occur in the process are changes in the forces not only the U.S. has in the Gulf, but will project here. And some threats and uncertainties are very high. Do we focus on a nuclear Iran, an Iran focused on precision strike with conventional weapons, an Iran operating in the Gulf with irregular naval warfare, an Iran tied to Syria, to Lebanon and the Hezbollah, potentially to Iraq? We don't know yet. Those are major uncertainties. What's going to happen in Libya or Yemen with the Houthi? Again, I think we have uncertainties. I don't want to be a pessimist relative to this morning's discussion, but let me say over the years, and it's been about 60 of them dealing with the Middle East, every time I hear an hour of optimism, something clicks and I revert to reality. The fact is that when you look at most of the Middle East, you see major population problems, the impact of COVID, a failure to develop effective economic competition, and relatively poor and often corrupt government mixed with authoritarianism. There are exceptions, and some real progress is occurring in the Gulf and elsewhere. But it is not regional, and I think one of the key aspects, the U.S. does not talk about the Middle East seriously. No one who actually works policy issues talks in regional terms. We talk about countries and subregions because that's where we have to make practical decisions about deployments. A smarter watch than I am. We have the Abraham Accords and the Arab-Israeli peace issue. I don't think there's a real uncertainty because, quite frankly, I don't see at this point much momentum behind what has gone on in the past with 2 states. There may be concern over human rights and development, but I think what we are going to see is a relatively static situation. Turkey is a wild card, and obviously, as we've heard in the previous brief, counterterrorism. Now let me just very quickly go through some actual trends. One of the things that has interested me today is nobody's talked about energy and about petroleum and gas and about what is, in many ways, the economic lifeline of most of the Middle East. These projections on the screen come from the U.S. government. They were issued last month. They're an effort to show what is happening globally in terms of demand. What I think is the key here, in view of the U.S. competition with China, the role in India, is this right-hand curve. The top line is China, the bottom line is India, the pale line is the other OECD states. This is not a projection based on politics or hope about the climate. It's based on, by our Energy Information Agency, on what we think real-world trends will be. And what you can see is rising demand, particularly in India, but also in China, through at least 2030. demand which is absolutely critical, not simply to Asian economies, which include Japan, South Korea, Taiwan, Singapore, and others, but quite frankly to the United States. People talk about energy independence, but that's independence in terms of oil imports. When you actually look at American trade balances, we now have a higher percentage of dependence on Asian exports and imports than we ever had in terms of dependence on oil, in terms of a percentage of GDP and trade. You have not achieved energy independence. What you have done is shift the energy dependence to Asia, and we trade in manufactured goods and services with Asian states. And this will not come as a shock to anyone here, but one, that dependence has shifted in some ways from US imports to Asian imports, which serve Asian exports. Now, I've seen very little real-world analysis of this outside government and the US government. I don't know how much work has been done in the region, but frankly, I've seen very little come out of OPEC, which actually seems to look at demand. The second thing is, how does that oil move? Well, strangely enough, it moves by sea, whether it's the Strait of Hormuz, the coast of the UAE and Oman, or the Red Sea. What that means is if that oil stops flowing through the Strait of Malacca, or it's affected by a war in Taiwan, or a war in the South China Sea, obviously the exports and the export income stops to the Middle East, and there is no such thing as a war for Taiwan or a US and Chinese confrontation that does not have a massive regional impact. This should not be something I have to raise, but it surprises me how little attention it's had in the Middle East. The next point I would raise, people don't seem to understand why the US is reacting. Now, if you have access to the internet, I would suggest, just so you can understand how the United States really sees this, go for a document issued by the Department of Defense called Chinese Military Power. That actually does state our official position in very detailed numbers on the Chinese military buildup. But look at this curve. This is a Japanese, just so it isn't an American bias, it's a Japanese bias, that begins in 1989 and extends to the present. If you're wondering why we're reacting, look at the increase in Chinese military spending. That drives virtually every aspect of our perceptions, particularly because Chinese military activity off the coast of Japan, in the South China Sea, in the Pacific, and near Taiwan has reached the point where it has gone beyond competition and is now active tension. And finally, just to put this in another type of perspective, relative military effort. When we talk about US military spending, that blue block is US defense spending. The line above it is NATO. That sort of violet middle area includes all Middle Eastern defense expenditure, but all non-US expenditure in the world. The red area is China, and you can see the growth and how serious it has been. The next line, and I will be closing with this, is equally important because that thin blue line is Russia. Russia remains a major global power in terms of missiles and nuclear weapons. But Russia has largely failed in economic development except for its petroleum exports. It sharply declined in terms of its technology base, its production base, and its overall economic development. So while it's a very serious military threat still, it is not, in the classic sense, the focus of future U.S. competition. What is not down there, and what I think I should really stress as I do close, we are not talking about today when we talk about this competition. Just 2 days ago, I spent time focused on weapons systems and force developments that won't take place till 2030 and what are hoped to last through 2050. These are changes which play out over decades. The most critical time frame in practice is 2021 to 2030 to 2050. Unless you are looking at these developments in terms of numbers, specific trends, you have a crisis. And I should correct myself, just one last point. Whatever we are doing, if we are to be strategic partners, if you in the Gulf and in the Middle East are to modernize, requires you to change as well. Tomorrow you'll talk about the Gulf Cooperation Council and probably hear a much more flattering description of it than you'll hear from me. I think it is a divided, incompetent mess. And the reason it is divided is the inability of the Gulf Cooperation Council countries to cooperate, modernize, and integrate. In an era of artificial intelligence, radical changes in the speed of reaction, new forms of targeting, new forms of intelligence, training, and command and control. You cannot go on pretending that buying more and more modern aircraft allows you to compete with an Iran that focuses on asymmetric warfare in the Gulf and precision-guided missiles. There is a major challenge here, and I would hope that all of you who come from the region are going to start asking far more serious questions about how the money is being spent and why it is being spent on the past. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Professor Cordesman. That is, the points raised here are uncertainties in terms of the future politics or policies in the Middle East, and of which little attention has been paid to in the Middle East to a future war or a future conflict in Taiwan. The answer to that could be in the final, we have to ask this question again, why, and in the final remarks. And the second point is about the GCC and the current status of the region. I think the Middle East is doing better than it did 10 or 20 years ago, at least in terms of the sovereignty of the states. States in the region have their own decisions. They can forge partnerships with China, with America, with the European Union, equally without having to ally with one of them based on the Cold War scenarios. However, we will get back to this in the end of the talk. We move to Professor Wang Wan in China. Professor Wang Wan, Ni Man Hao. Nice to see you.
Thank you.
Yeah. Professor Wan, we give you 10 minutes, please, 12 minutes.
Okay.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you for the wonderful invitation. So actually, nice to meet you again, Mr. Cosman. I remember last time I met you in CSIS 3 years ago. We had a wonderful talk 3 years ago. But today, when after I listened your presentation, I think your presentation is a little bit too anxiety and overestimate China's threat. And let me share my PPT to you and share my views about about what China do for Middle East past, now and future. And we all know that the Middle East is the most important region in global politics and in history of the human civilization. And many empires have conquered the Middle East. And the Middle East was one of the regions with most wars and conflict in world history. And look back the history China engaged with the Middle East can be traced back to 2,000 years ago. But no dynasty of Chinese empire has ever tried to conquer the Middle East. No Middle Easters have ever died under the gun of the Chinese empire. Now, and China is rising again and hopes to engage with the Middle East in the way of peace and development. However, the situation in the Middle East now is too complicated, and the Chinese know too little about the Middle East. The Middle East is also the region where the fewest overseas Chinese live, far less than Southeast Asia, less than Africa, Europe, or even less than Latin America. And in addition to participating in economic cooperation, China, under the leadership of the Communist Party, has not stationed troops in the Middle East, sent a single soldier to Middle East, or being willing to get involved in military conflict and dispute with any Middle East country over the past 70 years. So I have to clarify the two very serious misunderstandings about the relationship between China and the Middle East. The myth one, China wants to dominate the Middle East process in the future. I think this is a very typical misunderstanding. I share the Middle East share in China's strategic overall pictures. You can see it's very, very small. Look at first. Look at Middle East share of the China's total foreign trade. 10 years ago, it was 6.6%, and last year, 2020, declined to 5.9%. And look at crude oil imports. 10 years ago, it was 54%, and last year it was 49%. And look at FDI. The Middle East share of the China's FDI overseas 10 years ago, it was nearly 7%, and last year declined to 2.4%. So I think that in some area, the Middle East importance of China's whole global pictures was declining. It's very interesting. And look at some media, some Western media, talking about that China is the largest investor in the Middle East. I think it's obviously wrong. Look at this map. Look at this picture. In 2019, China's direct investment in Middle East reached to nearly $2.5 billion, accounting for 2.7% of the total foreign investment flow in the Middle East, but very, very less, much less than that of the United States, which is the 4.4%. So, of course, I admit that China has invested more in Iran, Yemen, and Sudan than EU and the US. But we all know that those countries are, the US and the EU are not willing to invest. And look at the obligation each year. China's obligation, especially the assistance, is much, much less than the United States. And also China is not a major supplier in the Middle East arms market. Look at this picture. We can see that from 2011 to 2015, China's share of military purchases in the Middle East only 2.8%. And the last 5 years, from 2015 to 2019, declined to the 2%. And look at this. But I have to say that China is very, very important to Middle East economy. China accounts for 1/3 of the crude oil exports and 1/5 of the petrochemical products in the Middle East. In this regard, China is willing to become a good partner in foreign trade in the Middle East. We all know that more than 80% of the crude oil export from the Middle East go to Asia. But in addition, the US was the world largest crude oil exporter in 2019 instead of Middle East. So this is the first myth. The second myth is that the Middle East will become a new battlefield for China-US competition, just like Mr. Guzman said. And it's very interesting. I find it a very interesting research report released by the Atlantic Council earlier of this year. The name of the longer telegram towards a new American China strategy. In this research report, in page 73, page 74, talking about a lot of areas of strategic competition between China and the United States. The research report lists a lot of regions. For example, the Indo-Pacific, Russia, Japan, Australia, South Korea, Southeast Asia, Canada, Mexico, European Union, but no Middle East. Where is the Middle East? No, no man didn't mention. And I think there is no intersection between Chinese and US investment and trade in the Middle East. Instead, the two countries share common interests, including Iran and nuclear issues, and also the Middle East peace process. So if the US see China through the lens of greater power competition, it will miss many areas of cooperation, such as the Belt and Road Initiative. So you will ask me, why the importance of the Middle East in China global views was declining, but why China want to launch the Belt Road Initiative? My answer is that the world needs it. The world needs it. Look at this, the history of the China rise. In 2011, China became the world's largest manufacturing country. In 2013, China became the world's largest commodity trading country. And in 2019, China became the world's largest peanut country. And in last year, China became the world's largest film box office. And this year, China is sure to become the largest consumer market in the world. And more people believe that in 2030, latest time is in 2035, China will surpass the United States and become the world's largest economy. So I'm a think tank scholar. Every week, maybe every day, I was invited by China government consulting for the policies. And we always ask a question, what can China provide to the world after China rise up? So I think our suggestion is that, as a think tank scholar, we consulting for our government, is that we want to provide the peace instead of the war. We want to provide the cooperation instead of conflict. We want to provide the investment instead of sanctions. We want to provide the openness instead of blockages. We want to provide the connectivity instead of the offshore balance. So this is what China want to provide to Middle East. So now Middle East needs Chinese investment, Chinese goods and Chinese infrastructure investment. And China needs oil and markets in the Middle East. China's cooperation with the Middle East is mutually beneficial and win-win. More importantly, it's volunteer. There are no political conditions or cautious, right? And at present, there are two camps in Middle East, and the attitude towards the United States is a line drawn between the two camps, right? And China's cooperation with the Middle East is open and inclusive, not political. China has established the strategic partnership with 13 countries in the Middle East and have signed BRI MOU with 19 countries. Both two camps. Look at this map. Those coffee colors countries are all belong to those countries which signed the MOU. BRI agreements with China. And you know, in Middle East, they are belong to the two camps, right? And especially in the past 2 years, the export of the new coronavirus vaccine, China is the most important vaccines exporters. China export the vaccine to the Middle East. Saudi Arabia, Iran, and the UAE are all very important importers. Especially in December last year, the UAE became the first country to approve the new coronavirus vaccine produced in China. And a lot of examples of vaccine. Well, finally, I want to share the key point is that what China hope to do of Middle East in the future. Of course, China hopes that Middle East can develop peacefully, and that's why in the past 20 years, China positively to push the the peaceful development of Middle East. And in 2002, China established the special envoy on Middle East issues. And in 2016, China established the special envoy for Syria. And also this year, and our China foreign minister, Mr. Wang Yi, he launched a 5-point initiative proposal for the Middle East's future. That is advocating mutual respect and upholding equality and justice and achieving a non-proliferation and jointly fostering collective security. And the final point is accelerating development cooperation. So my final conclusion is that, of course, China is aimed at hoping that the Middle East would move from chaos to governance, from turbulence to peace, and from disorder to prosperity. And China's current and long-term Middle East policy is to promote peaceful, stable, and prosperous Middle East. So this is what I want to say, what I want to share with you. Thank you so much. This is my
right, Professor Wang. Actually, Professor Wang, the audience is familiar with the numbers and the strategic presentation about China's investment in the Middle East. Thank you so much for this. However, it would have been rather accurate if we have or had measured China's investments and involvement in the Middle East in comparison or in light of American or Russian or European Union positions in the Middle East. That would have been actually, however, I just remind, I'm a professor of international relations at the Shandong University in China, so I'm familiar with the discussions in China and how important for China that they are not interventionist at all. Chinese in their nature, in their politics, in their history, they don't like to intervene in domestic or regional politics. They emphasize win-win cooperation, and that's a key point Professor Wang has presented. Now we move to Anna. Dr. Anna Boshkovskaya, I'm very proud to be able to say your kind name. However, the title of Dr. Boshkovskaya is, help me, the title of your presentation.
I didn't have a title, but I was asked to speak about Russia's
interests
in
Russia.
the Middle East.
Here we are. So we have China, we have the United States, and then we come to the Russian side. 10 minutes, Professor, please.
Of course,
thank you.
Of course, thank you. So I was asked to speak about Russia's interests in the region, and I will focus my presentation on a few key points in that regard. First, I think it's important to keep in mind that Russia historically always cared about the Middle East. This is not a phenomenon that's new to Vladimir Putin, nor even to the Soviet Union. Tsarist Russia looked at this region as one of key strategic importance, as one of its so-called soft underbelly. And Vladimir Putin's interests in some ways are another iteration of Russia's interests. So looking into the future, kind of a bottom line up front, Russia will continue to see this region as a key area of interest and also of strategic competition with other great powers, as was the case historically for a whole host of reasons. My other point is that specifically turning to modern Russia, current Russia today, that is Vladimir Putin's Russia, has sought to increase its interest in the Middle East, basically from the very beginning since Putin came to power. It's certainly something we've certainly observed Russia's activity more aggressively since the Syria intervention in 2015. But the point I'd like to make is that it was a culmination of previous years of efforts. It was not necessarily new. It's not as if, prior to 2015, there was no Russia in the Middle East and all of a sudden Russia appeared in the Middle East. That's not what happened. Russia's overall approach to the region under Putin is an extension of a vision outlined by a man named Yevgeny Primakov, who held a number of senior positions in the Russian intelligence and in the Russian government under Boris Yeltsin. And that is a vision of a multipolar world that Primakov had articulated as early as 1996. So when we hear Russian officials today talk about a multipolar world, they're really echoing Primakov. And really a world that they would like to see, that is a world where the United States is not primal in global affairs. So it's an erosion of a US-led global order that is a chief interest of the Kremlin. And it's certainly playing out in the Middle East. Building on Primakov's approach, what Putin has done is he's, unlike the Soviet Union, which was guided by very hard ideological communist ideas, Putin has worked to build good relations with all actors in the Middle East. That is all governments and all major opposition movements to them. So that is the overall framework that Putin is applying to the region. Again, it's not necessarily new. It didn't start in 2015. And that is likely the approach that Putin, I think, is going to take going forward. It is an approach rooted in greater flexibility, but also one, again, with kind of an undercurrent of anti-American efforts, that is for Russia to win, the United States has to lose. Of course, the Syria intervention was a game changer. It was Russia's first military intervention outside the former Soviet Union. And so in that sense, it officially brought Russia back to the map of the Middle East. And of course, that changed the dynamic. But my bigger point is that Russia was already there before. And a reason why Putin felt it was, why he felt he could intervene in Syria was, frankly, because he had read correctly that the United States ultimately would not push back. And that is, in effect, what happened. The result of Putin's intervention in Syria is that Russia now has a military presence on a strategically vital Eastern Mediterranean for at least the next 49 years. It's a military presence that Russia is expanding. And it is using it as a springboard, actually literally and not just figuratively, to project power in multiple directions into NATO's southern flank, historically, again, a part of the world that mattered to Russia, but also into the Middle East and to North Africa and deeper into Africa. Russia is looking for port access throughout the region, and that is another key strategic interest. What I'd like to emphasize is that they're not looking to build ports. Again, they're looking for port access. And that is, again, kind of an extension of this overall approach that Russia has taken, one of flexibility and limited means. So this Russia today is actually very careful not to overextend and to use few resources to expand its influence and presence. If you recall, during the Russian-Syria intervention, many analysts had predicted that the intervention will become another Afghanistan for Russia, that Russia will overextend and it will create another defeat. That's not what happened, and the reason why this hasn't happened is because fundamentally, the Kremlin has taken a number of lessons learned from previous failures and has taken a much more limited approach. And that is how Russia is expanding its influence. It's through limited means, through, Professor Cordesman had mentioned things like artificial intelligence, and we're living in an era of great power competition where non-conventional power matters more, I would argue. So things like cyber, cyber artificial intelligence and so forth. Resources that don't necessarily require conventional military efforts. And Russia is looking at these tools of influence. So-called private military contractors, PMCs, the Wagner Group, is another tool of influence. Arms sales, construction of nuclear reactors, as Russia is doing throughout the region. These are all tools and tactics towards achieving a bigger aim. Occasionally, frankly, economic relations as well, and also things like narrative projections through Russia Today and Sputnik. My final point, and I'll conclude here, is that a big element of why Russia has been able to project this power is not just because of its own efforts, but because it has capitalized on perceived American retreat, American missteps, American ambiguity in the region. And perceptions in this region very often matter more than reality. So the uncertainty of American policy very much plays into the Russian hands, and I'll end there.
Thank you very much. That's excellent. So, in conclusion, Professor, this morning we listened to Mr. Hood, Joy Hood. Mr. Hood said this morning that America will do this and this and that in the Middle East. He outlined exactly what America would do or would not do, would exactly do not to do. And our Chinese colleague from China outlined what China would not do in the Middle East, not to intervene. They don't impose their policies on the country. And then the Russians, they have the tactics of having, using the ports and expanding their presence in the Middle East. And also trying to stop the American, as Dr. Anas said, stop the American-led order, of which China is currently accused. China is accused of trying to intervene in the internationally rules-based international order. Professor Kozman mentioned, of course, it's so sophisticated, so deep, and so complicated that it is unpacking. And I would like to focus on one point here with the Professor Kozman, that is about the GCC countries. GCC countries, there is no system or subsystem so perfect. But the countries in the Middle East, the GCC countries, I think Professor Kozman have gone a long way from the 1990s and 2000s and now. And this happened because, let's give example. I give you the example. Signing peace accords in the Middle East, is not merely to sign peace between two countries. Signing peace in the Middle East is a demonstration of the sovereignty of the state's decision in state's capacity to control its own foreign policies. Now peace was maintained and supported by the United States and the international community, but now look at Bahrain, for example, United Arab Emirates and other countries. They are doing peace bilaterally. They have peace management. And there are other countries following because the generations in the Middle East found out that war and conflict is leading nowhere. So the Middle East countries can have their own way of conducting their business. That's not perfect yet. We are not reaching to the standards of the European Union maybe and the Americas, but still that is a step forward. The other point is that the GCC, if we see what's the problem in the GCC and the Middle East in general, look at the conferences in the Middle East. Conferences, Professor Kozman, on the Middle East, they will always mention the priorities of international powers. You can Google or look into conferences in the Middle East, you find hardly any conference discussing the priorities of the countries themselves. What are the priorities of each country together, individually and together? Then you may see it from a different perspective. But usually this is the colonial, what do you call it, the Orient is invented and maintained. As Professor Hood today spoke, Professor Joey Hood spoke clearly that America would do exactly what America would do, and there was no mentioning or consideration of what exactly Middle East countries would like to have and not to have. So that's the mentality of, I think it's not the Cold War, it's something post-Cold War order, when the United States of America is the sole superpower and they can say whatever they want, they can say whatever they like to dictate or dominate affairs of international affairs of other countries. Now we will go to questions. Questions, please. Any questions, please? from the audience? No questions from the audience? Then we will go to the following question. Professor Kozman, given, I'll ask this question now. Let's suppose that the Iran nuclear deal, the nuclear file, is solved. Let's imagine that there's a solution and they reach an agreement satisfactory to everybody. How do you see the role of Iran in the region for security purposes, having security in mind?
The answer, quite frankly, is if it goes on the way it is, it will have focused very heavily on creating a range of missile forces and cruise missile forces which have precision strike capabilities that basically, as yet, there is no meaningful defense for within the Gulf states. No two countries are considering buying the missiles that could provide more practical forms of missile defense. The difficulty with those defenses is that in an area this small, you have to have integrated sensors, warning, and defense systems. You can't have a UAE or a Saudi missile system. That will be one key development, and they've already made very major progress, as we've seen. They've already struck at critical oil facilities in Saudi Arabia and done so with great precision. They have a significant naval advantage over the Gulf navies, most of which, when you really examine them, have very poor readiness and are not suited for dealing with the Iranian naval threat. Their purchases, which owe a great deal more to history, a lot of them now relatively dated. That gives Iran an advantage there. What will happen in terms of Iran's ties, what will emerge out of Syria and Iraq and Yemen, is almost anybody's guess. My general feeling is that Iran isn't going to create an axis. It is going to find that, as is often the case, its former allies are going to serve their own interests. How it will react is, at this point, very hard to determine, because we do need to remember that, having served in the embassy in Iran, Iran also looks to the east and the north, things which tend to be forgotten if you happen to be in the Gulf. So I think that that is going to be a key area of uncertainty. It will be compounded by whatever other issues arise in Yemen, whatever other uncertainties exist.
Right. Thank you. Now, another question to Professor Wang in China. Professor Wang, in 1 minute, what's the nature, how do you see China and the states, China and the United States cooperating or not in the Middle East?
Yes, as I said, that we have a lot of cooperation areas with the United States, and also although we believe that the U.S. hegemony may be declining, but U.S. national strength has not declined and remained the most powerful country in the world. And the United States, the U.S. still remains the most influential country in the Middle East. And China hopes that the U.S. will continue to play responsible roles, such as promoting the settlement of Iran nuclear issue, the stability and the development of Iraq, and anti-terrorism, peace in Syria, and all these required the participation of the U.S. But the difference is that China hopes that the U.S. will participate in a peaceful and a cooperative way and provide the international public goods. So we should avoid such a war or conflict again. So this is my point. Thank you.
Right. Final question to Anna. Dr. Anna, the question is that, how do you see Russian involvement with the Russian coordination with Turkey, and particularly Turkey in the Middle East in the future?
So the way I would describe the Russian-Turkey relationship is that Putin has set it up in the way that Russia has more advantages and more leverage over Turkey than the other way around, and you see that on all fronts of the bilateral relationship, and that relates directly to the Middle East specifically. So in the bilateral relationship, the trade relationship is balanced in Russia's favor, and Putin uses that as literally a tap that he can turn on and off when there are problems in the bilateral relationship, and he has done that in the past. Russia is building Turkey's nuclear power plant. Turkey is a NATO member that has purchased the Russian S-400. Sputnik conducts information operations inside Turkey, frankly, fairly successfully. So on a whole host of levels, Putin has more influence over Erdogan than Erdogan has over Putin. And the way this is playing out in the Middle East, for example, in Syria, in Libya, is that Putin, whenever there's a problem, in Idlib, for example, which rises periodically, ultimately the two of them end up working things out. They usually end up cutting short-term deals on other platforms. There's also correlation between the Syria theater and the Libya theater. So if there's pressure in one, you can put pressure on Turkey. For example, if there's a problem in Libya, you can put pressure on Turkey and Syria, and vice versa. So this is how this is going to play out. It's a constantly shifting, sort of a constant bandage approach that never really erupts because neither wants a bilateral crisis.
Okay, thank you so much. Now, thanks to His Royal Highness Prince al-Faisal for this morning's speech and wonderful presentation. I must thank Dr. Muhammad Al-Ali, the Director of Trends Research and Advisory, for his contribution, a pioneer, a man of vision to make this conference happen. Professor Tim Warwick, Professor Brennan Ryan, and Joey Hood. Thank you all for this. And I move or hand into my colleague Sumaya Al-Hadrami for the concluding remarks. And thank you so much, Sumaya, please.
Thank you so much. As we come to the end of the day one of the conference, and on behalf of Trends Research and Advisory, I would like to thank our esteemed panelists for their contributions towards enriching the discussion that we had today, which shed light on significant political issues in the Middle East. And to our virtual audience, kindly tune in and join us tomorrow on the same link for the second day of the conference. And for now, have a lovely rest of the day. Thank you very much, everyone. Thank you.